What up and welcome to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Fidelity. This afternoon, Fenway Park, Boston, Mass, Red Sox and Rays finishing up a three-game series at what is truly my favorite ballpark in all of the major leagues. We got a half hour to get you ready for this one. Is Nathan Eovaldi against Ryan Yarbrough as Tampa Bay is trying to snap a three-game losing skid. The Rays haven't lost more than 3 games. Much.
I have to throw this out there.
Hit me.
Because if any one of us two is going to be confused of old school, it would be me instead of you, correct? Now,
True.
with that said, you just said Fenway's your best ballpark, your favorite ballpark.
It was my favorite experience. But to due respect to Camden Yards, I have not been to Oriole Park at Camden Yards yet. And everybody says that is one of their favorite experiences.
It is really, really nice. But I just thought you'd be the new and improved kind of guy.
No, I like history, Bill Ripken.
There's something to be said, and I go back to looking at a couple of the ballparks that I played into for the first time. You still remember it. Yankee Stadium one,
yeah.
Fenway the other one. And there are nice ballparks in the game right now. Not saying anything about old Yankee and Fenway, but the history and what you saw, Fenway was as close as coming into the ballpark, everything was in black and white. As soon as you came out on that step of the dugout and you looked at the field, everything was in full color. So it was pretty cool.
If you have a chance to get out to a game, take the tour, go around the ballpark. It is amazing. By the way, Bill Ripken, Stephen Nelson here in Studio 42 in New Jersey, Rip. And before we get into the matchup today, we're about a week into the season, 162-game season, not 60. What are your takeaways, knowing that we're watching things at a different speed? Last year through a week, we're freaking out because, you know, games are 3 times as expensive, for lack of a better term.
Right. Yeah, you know what? First and foremost, the overall gist that I had in the first week, there was a little bit of sloppiness that has gone on. Yeah. I've seen an awful lot of baseballs being thrown all over the place, and I've always said this, if the ball's there, when the big league play's happening, and you see this after the play's over, that's not a good sign. That means something went awry. So I suspect over a little bit of time we'll clean this up because, let's face it, I thought the players did a really good job last year in that 60-game scenario with no fan in the stands. I thought that they picked the pace up. It looked real when you were watching the game, if you just honed in on the game. And I think no matter how many fans are in some of these ballparks or how little amount of the fans in the ballpark, it might be a little bit of another break-in period for these fans to be back in their big league park, see scattered fans in the mix. It might be a little bit different experience for them.
There's definitely more of a buzz, and the folks in Boston were definitely buzzing in Game 2. In case you missed that action, we got some highlights for you.
Red Sox have just 3 hits off this tall ace of the Rays, Tyler Glasnow.
And you see once again the slider becoming the go-to after the fastball. The curveball mainly has been to try to put guys away at the end of the counts.
It's the 8th strikeout for Tyler Glasnow.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Watch his reaction after he gets the out.
J.D. Martinez hasn't had many quiet ones yet, but he's 0 for 3 so far tonight. Slaps that one the other way, driving back the right fielder. It's over the head of Arozarena. Verdugo rounding third, and he is in to slide and score. Another extra base hit from Martinez. It's a 1-run game.
3-2 Rays.
Christian in this one is grounded out to third, walked and struck out. High fly ball. That one way back there. Watch it go. It is gone. And this game is tied. Oh, he got all of it. And the Red Sox tie it 3-3 in the ninth.
And so the winning run is at third, and they are not going to intentionally walk, at least to start J.D. Martinez. He's got a chance to win it.
Not running. Shot. Oh, terrific play there. Throw on to first base and in time on a diving effort by Adames.
Runner at second base is Brandon Lau to face Willie Adames, one of the heroes of the 10th.
And that's a liner up the left side, back toward the corner. That's going to score the run. Extra bases for Adames. And the Rays will take the lead here in the 11th inning.
Rafael Devers will lead things up. Xander Bogaerts, who made the last out in the 10th inning, will be placed at second base as the runner. And a liner and a base hit into left field, giving chase And here comes Xander. He is in to score, and this game is tied again.
Now the winning run is on base in Verdugo, and now a single could win the game.
That one's driven to right field. Rosarena backing up. It's over his head! It's over his head! And the Red Sox are going to win the game! 2-run score! Boston wins! Boy, is that a fitting end to this one.
Wow.
The Red Sox win it 6-5.
What a ball game this was.
6-5 Sox win, and Rip, they scored 17 runs these 2 games against Tampa after, 5 in the first 3 games against
after 3 Cy Young Award winners of Baltimore went in there, and they didn't do much against
Shut them down.
I mean, look, JD's hot right here. Nobody else has necessarily gotten it going. I think the names on the backs and some of the flip sides of the baseball card statistically, these guys are going to be fine.
Yeah.
They got some pretty good offensive players, no question about it. Devers interests me a lot because I think it might get him going. Let's take a look at what happened last night when he tied this thing up. And I'm going to talk a little bit about staying on the baseball, how to stay on it. We've heard this phrase go an awful lot of time, but this is kind of what it is right there. Ball right down Broadway at 92. He smacks a line drive to tie the game to left field. This is a really nice swing. Look at that front shoulder. The longer the front shoulder stays closed, that's how you stay on the baseball. This guy's been doing it. This is his game winner right there. Even though that 78 is a little bit slower speed of a pitch, and it's on inner third, it's a breaking ball, sweeping away from JD, and he stays closed long enough. And when I want to talk about that, when staying closed and how it works, because we look at video, we break things down on every frame, and there's some times where people may think that this thing gets out here because it gets to the baseball and launches it. Both of those were opposite field. Devers went that way, hitting out of that box. JD goes that way as well as anybody in the game. And yes, there will be a time when this thing goes so you can get to it. But if this thing leaks early, if I do this, pretty much the only pitch I can handle is the ball middle in, and mostly you get the head out and you hit it this way. With JD, this ball was kind of inner third-ish. It was almost middle, but it was more on this side. But like I said, the breaking ball's going away. And if his approach is thinking, I'm going to hit the pitcher right in his bean with the line drive, this thing will stay closed a little bit longer. And when that stays closed, instead of doing this and maybe having the bat head drop and you had a fly ball over there, you stay closed and you get to that point where the bat head can get to it a little bit more direct. Then he hits the ball lower in that direction.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
So we may have a lot of fans among the more than 2 million subscribed to the MLB YouTube channel watching the pregame show right now, young ball players, and is there a drill that you found to help stay on top of the baseball?
Well, one thing I like an awful lot, I like the soft toss from the front. I do it in here a lot. In fact, if you can go look through the YouTube channel, you'll see Sean Casey hitting me right in the lips when I'm sitting out there in this network. The ball away. A hitter must do more right in order to hit that. I can cheat and do things wrong mechanically and still have some success in here. But in order to hit this ball on the outer part of the plate, you have to be more direct with the bat head to the ball. So I would say the best drill to stay on the ball, forces you to stay closed, is soft toss from the front, and let's toss it out here on the inner third. Don't try to trick them. Don't mix them up, especially if it's a young kid. Toss the ball out here and say, hit the screen.
Hit me in the face.
Use a screen, because I was using a plastic ball, so I had to get away with that one. But hit the ball back up the middle. And I can tell you this. I remember being on the phone with my father in 1986 in AA. I'd call him. I'd say, dude, I had a couple pitches right down the middle. I hit fly balls to right field. I should hit those ball better. He says, do me a favor, son. Tomorrow during batting practice, think about one thing. Hit line drives back up the middle. So what he was diagnosing without seeing video. Phone call. My front shoulder was probably leaking. And then I'd have a ball down the middle. I'd hit a fly ball to right. So he says, go out there and take batting practice. Hit the ball back up the middle. Try to hit the guy throwing BP in the L screen. Just keep hitting the ball back up the middle. When the game starts, all thoughts out of your head. Go hit the ball hard a couple times for me tomorrow.
Love it.
Don't get a hit. Go hit the ball hard a couple times, report back. Usually that fixed the problem, because if that thing leaks, anything middle away, I'm probably going to hit a weak fly ball to right.
Rip, learning you some stuff here in Studio 42. So we're getting closer and closer to first pitch at Fenway. Red Sox and Rays, MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. We want you to get involved right now, okay? We're going to put up this poll. Who is going to win today? Tampa Bay or Boston? Yarbrough or Eovaldi? Rays trying to snap a 3-game skid. You let us know. And the MLB Game of the Week presented by Fidelity pregame poll. Fenway Park, sun is shining. Much better than opening day a week ago when it was raining, delayed the game, postponed the game against the Orioles. They're definitely playing Boston today. 12:30, first pitch, Scott Braun, John Smoltz, Carlos Pena, and Alana Rizzo on the call.
Go after that one and drive that one high. It's deep to left, and that ball's gone. Well, there's number 2. He didn't wait very long. Don't you think the Red Sox have to make sure he's in the lineup every day? That ball is hammered. That's a high fly ball, twisting deep, deep, deep. Gone! Verdugo strikes again. Well, that's the way to add on and get some wiggle room. Deeper than the first one, also to the opposite field. There's a high fly ball driven deep to right. Verdugo back to the pen. Leaps up. He caught it. He caught the ball. He took it back. Holy cow.
What a night! Here's the pitch. And a swing and a drive down the right field line. Deep. Back it goes, and it is gone. Opposite field home run, Bobby Dahlback. He's homered now in 5 straight games. That ties a Red Sox record. He didn't get it all, but he's so strong, it jumped.
That one's driven to right field. Rosarena backing up, backing up. It's over his head. It's over his head. And the Red Sox are going to win the game. 2-run score. Boston wins. Red Sox win it 6-5.
And that celebration goes all the way down the third baseline.
In case y'all forgot, you're watching the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Fidelity. Let's turn on that creator spotlight on Giraffe Neck Mark. If you know baseball and you know YouTube, you know baseball on YouTube, then he needs no introduction, but I'm going to give it to you in case you're uninitiated. Giraffe Neck Mark, the name of his channel, is getting close to 200,000 subscribers on YouTube. So he's got opinionated but also informative videos about everything going on in Major League Baseball, from jerseys, stadiums, season predictions, rankings, reactions to what's going on, and much, much more. And his favorite team, the New York Mets. He is not alone. Trust me, in this building, there are a lot of Mets fans. Let's say hi to Mark now. He's joining us for the pregame show. Mark, great to visit with you finally on this MLB Game of the Week YouTube pregame show. First and foremost, give me the genesis of your channel and your story.
Yeah, so I'm a huge baseball fan, and growing up, baseball was a huge part of my life. Played it pretty much every single summer, every single day. So when I went to college and the baseball career was kind of over, I needed to find a way to continue that passion for baseball, and YouTube was the perfect way for me to do that. So just started making videos, people started watching it, and now it's turned into my job every single day. So I couldn't ask for a better story and a better job, really. And then how did you fall in love with the New York Mets? Yeah, I got to give a shout out to my dad there. He's a huge Mets fan, and from the day I was born till today, I mean, we've been watching Mets baseball together. So it's really comes from my dad, but I mean, the Mets, how can you not love this team? They're the best. Especially this year. There's so much buzz and excitement, but you're not a bandwagoner. You've seen some things as a Mets fan, as they say. What were the best things that you see, your favorite moments? Yeah, I mean, one of the first Mets moments that I can remember is when Todd Pratt hit the home run in the postseason. I was about 3 or 4 years old at the time. I don't remember my exact age, but I was really young, and I remember my dad, his phone number was 917, and I called 911 about 5 or 6 times trying to call him that Todd Pratt hit this home run. Police ended up coming to my grandparents' house, and I mean, that's such a great memory for me because the Mets win, and I also got a great story with the police coming to think that something was wrong. That's incredible. All right, do you want to talk about this game today we got in Boston, Red Sox and Rays? Yeah, no, this This is a great game. I'm super excited to talk about this one.
So I watched one of your videos pre-season and your prediction show, or your prediction video, that should be. The Red Sox were 16th, I want to say, on that list, and the Rays were 10th. We're still not yet a week old in this season, but I'm going to give you the opportunity. Do you want to change those rankings at all? Or are you going to stay with it?
No, I usually stay pretty true to my predictions and rankings, even if some stuff changes during the season. But, I mean, both these teams are really good. I think we've seen a lot of good stuff from the Red Sox the last few games, and the Rays, you just can't ever doubt them. They're just a really fun team to watch.
Yeah. And so how do you forecast the division race as a whole, beyond just these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, it pains me to say it, but I think the Yankees are probably the best team in that division. I got them winning the AL East. As a Mets fan, it really hurts me, but the Yankees, and such a deep division with the Blue Jays and Rays too, but the Yankees are the favorites for sure.
Baltimore has made some noise here at the start. Are you buying it or are you selling it?
I am buying into their hype. They've
Yes.
got a lot of stuff going on, especially on the pitching side.
Yeah.
They brought some guys in from the Astros, and we know how good they are with their pitching department. And you can see it with some of their arms with Bruce Zimmerman, John Means. They've made a lot of steps forward this year, so I'm buying into the Orioles hype 100%.
So if people watch Draft Neck Mark on YouTube, they know that they're going to get some uniform, some swags videos as well. And it was announced earlier this week that the Red Sox Nike City Connect jerseys were unveiled, what they're going to be wearing on Patriots Day against the Chicago White Sox. And a lot of folks were talking about them. What do you think?
I think they are so awesome. I'm always for teams across MLB getting new different jerseys. And even though yellow and light blue isn't typically the colorway that you see with the Red Sox, I absolutely love the design. I'm going to go buy a jersey of mine for myself.
Love it. Give us your top 5 players to watch in baseball right now.
It's such a good list, but I think we have to start off, of course, with the best player in baseball, possibly the best player of all time, Mike Trout. He's just so good. Fernando Tatis, arguably the face of baseball. He's incredible as well, you know, running, hitting, throwing, fielding. He's just, you got to watch him at all times. Got to give a shout out to Shohei Ohtani, too, who's a teammate of Trout's, and the stuff that he does, we've never seen in the history of baseball. Pitching, hitting, throwing 100 miles an hour, hitting at 450 feet. He's just, like, possibly the most talented player we've ever seen. Juan Soto with the Nationals, another one that hurts me a little bit, too, as a Mets fan, but he's just so good. And he's, like, only 22, 23 years old, and he's incredibly talented through the roof. And, of course, got to give a shout-out to my own favorite team, the New York Mets, and Jacob deGrom. The best pitcher in baseball, hands down. Don't want to hear anything else. He's so good. Every time he's on the mound, he has the chance to do something special. You've got to watch that guy pitch.
Well, let's keep it with that Mets theme one more time, because Jacob deGrom, I think if you ask anybody, any pitcher in the game, they're saying he's the best man walking the planet right now. But it's Francisco Lindor who has everybody lit up in and around Flushing, Queens, because of his massive extension. How happy are you? This seems like an easy question. How happy are you that he's going to be around for a decade plus?
You can probably see the smile on my face. I haven't been able to wipe it off since we traded for him, and then once they extended him, I mean, the smile has gone nowhere. Mr. Smile is his nickname. It's translated to me as well. I cannot be happier with signing this guy. He's going to be here for the next 11 years. This is where he's probably going to end his career. I'm through the roof excited.
And he's one of those players that I think he's that 6-tool star. We talk about the 5 tools on the field. He's got that 6th one off of it. Just so electric, so magnetic, I would say, not just to Mets fans or Cleveland fans, but anybody who loves baseball and loves pure joy. They love Francisco Lindor. And maybe he's the answer to this next question. If there was one player in the game that you would want to have join your ranks as a YouTube creator, who would it be?
Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head. It's going to be Francisco Lindor. He has so much charisma, so much personality, and I think with this New York Mets team, we're really going to see that shine, especially because he is in a big market now with New York. But I'd love to see him just grab a camera, vlog, being in the clubhouse, what he's doing before the game, hanging around with Pete Alonso, Jacob deGrom, Jeff McNeil, Dom Smith. Like, this team is so much fun, and I can't wait to see the kind of, you know, excitement that he also brings along with the rest of the guys.
I'm not going to talk to Giraffe Neck Mark and not get a prediction. We got a game coming up here, Red Sox Rays. Who you got today?
You know what? I'm going to go with the Red Sox on this one. Got a lot of Red Sox fans who watch me, and they've been playing good baseball recently. As good as the Rays are, I'm going to go with the home team today in the Boston Red Sox.
Giraffe Neck Mark, subscribe to the channel, like the videos, leave some comments, interact with him. He is all over social media and loves chopping it up with baseball fans, and we love chopping it up with him. Thanks so much, Mark.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Speaking of picks to click. John Smoltz is going to make them next.
Hanging tough. What an at-bat going here. The swings against the fastball get better and better for Brasso. 3-2. Brasso sends one into left field. Gardner going back, and it is up and gone. Mike Brasso has homered, and the Rays have a 2-1 lead. What a moment for Brasso.
Here is a shot into right center field. This ball is back at the wall, and he's got another. And the all-time record for home runs in a single postseason with number 9. That ball was tattooed.
Jansen a strike away. The 1-2 pitch. And Phillips is cashed in. A base hit back up the middle. Here's Kiermaier to score. The ball's mishandled. And now they've got Arozarena to run down. Arozarena scores, and the Rays have won the game. Santa Maria.
That's a liner up the left side, back toward the corner. That's going to score the run. Extra bases for Adames. And the Rays will take the lead here in the 11th inning.
And he picks up a big RBI double to give the Rays a 4-3 lead.
Maybe the game winner if the Rays can hold it.
This is the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Fidelity. With John Smoltz, he's calling the game with Scott Braun, Carlos Pena, and Alano Rizzo. Smoltzy, first of all, good to see you.
Yeah, good to be back.
Second question, did you have a favorite YouTube video? I know you're always on the internet preparing for games.
Unfortunately, it revolves around me, and it revolves around the stadium they're playing today at Fenway. I basically, in a small box, as you know, there, got hit in the wrong place on a foul ball as an announcer.
The wrong place?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was bad.
You have bad Red Sox memories. He showed up at spring training. They didn't know who he was down in Florida. But despite that, he's going to be objective in calling this game. So Red Sox, Rays, an interesting pitching matchup, right? Evaldi, Yarbrough, different stuff, different sides. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's like opposites, right? You got hard-throwing stuff guy in Evaldi who's going to light up the radar gun, and then you've got Yarbrough who's basically going to do the opposite, spin it, deceive it, soft contact. So you're going to see a basic difference between how two guys get it done, one left-hand and one right-hand.
Nathan Evaldi, of course, he's going to dial it up. And Yarbrough, the last couple seasons, been the best at limiting hard contact in terms of average exit velocity against. While we're here with you, Smoltz, we're going to play a game. It's time for Picks to Click, presented by BetMGM. I'm going to pepper you with some questions. You just hit me with your answer. I know we're still young in the season, but don't marry yourself to these, okay? Yankees came into the year as the favorite for the division, currently behind the Orioles in the standings. Who's going to challenge them? Who's going to be their biggest competitor?
Well, the easy answer would be the Rays because of what they did last year, but I think it's actually going to be somebody that rhymes with Rays, and it's going to be the Jays. I think Toronto has done enough. If they stay healthy, they feel like they can compete in the division and give the Yankees probably a challenge that, you know, might go throughout most of the year.
Toronto Blue Jays, of course, hoping that their starting rotation can be healthy beyond Hyunjin Ryu. Now let's talk about a guy we're going to see today. JD Martinez off to a really nice start after a brutal 2020, just 7 home runs after, 79 the 2 seasons combined prior. Over under 32.5 dingers for JD in 2021.
I think that's a great number, but I don't think last year represents what kind of hitter he is. I think he's going to get really close. It's a great number. I'm going to take a little bit of the over on that because JD Martinez is a professional hitter, and what have you done for me lately, society, in baseball? Don't get caught up in that. This guy knows how to hit. The offense is balanced. He's going to get pitched to a lot. He's going to play a lot, and I think the numbers will show it this year.
And he's one of those guys who talked about the lack of video last year and how that really hurt him. It's back this year. He feels much more comfortable at the plate. I imagine that's could be said for a lot of players.
Listen, right, wrong, or indifferent mentally is the biggest thing. That if you feel it and believe it, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what the numbers say, but if you're on the other side of that and you really struggle and get out of your comfort zone, it can affect you, and it did last year for him.
Just 7 home runs last year, as I mentioned, 2 already this year in 5 games. He got 7 extra base hits and 9 ribbies. On the other side, the postseason darling for the Tampa Bay Rays, Randy Arozarena. He was a CS MVP, and he's now eligible to win Rookie of the Year. So would you call him your favorite in the American League?
I would call him everybody's favorite, but I think that's a little bit of too strong to just think that because you're the favorite that he's going to roll in and just absolutely pick up where he left off. I think there's going to be a total different pitch selection to him this year. I'm not saying he's going to struggle, but I don't think he's going to win Rookie of the Year just based on all the talk about what he did in that unbelievable postseason.
Yeah.
I wish it would carry over like that. It doesn't always carry over like that.
Right, that's a bar that's just set way too high for anybody. Like, due respect to Randy, like just anybody who puts up 10 home runs and 90-something ABs in the postseason. Now you got a lot of eyeballs on you, but you're right. They tried to sneak fastballs by him last year, and he crushed them. Now let's get into your wheelhouse, the pitching side. If you were to forecast the Cy Young Award in the American League, since we got 2 AL teams today, who do you got at the front?
It's hard to go against the Yankees and Garrett Cole. I think he's got his adjustment period in. He's obviously a fantastic pitcher, and he's going to benefit from that offense for 162 games. So it's not a big limb I'm jumping out on, but I think Garrett Cole, it's his to lose. And I hate saying that because I've been on the other side of that when somebody said that about me.
Yeah.
But I think he's that good, and the Yankees offense will be that good that it's his.
Well, we see some of the odds presented by BetMGM. Shane Bieber, the reigning Cy Young Award winner, Lucas Giolito, Tyler Glasnow, now that he's got a third pitch.
Yeah.
Who would you say the biggest challenger that you love the most after Cole would be?
Well, the reason you mentioned Glasnow, and I think the fact that he has went through last year and he has added that third pitch is going to be a weapon. It's going to come down to, does he pitch enough innings in this year? I think that's going to be a bigger priority this year than it has been in the past, because you could have a huge gap between pitchers.
Yep.
And that's the weird Shane Bieber. I mean, he's going to pitch innings. He's going to strike out a lot of guys. It's a great race in the American League from the power arms. So I would say Glasnow is a nice sneaky pick because of his odds.
Yeah, and I don't know if fans realize that. Everything he's done up to this point, he's just done with two pitches.
Yeah.
And hitters could sell out, and he's like, they can't do that anymore. He's keeping them honest with that third weapon. Okay, now I think if someone were to ask you your favorite pitcher in the game right now, am I safe to say it's Jacob deGrom?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about deGrom in the National League. Wins are what's hard to come by for Jacob deGrom. At least that's what we've seen in his tenure with the New York Mets. Over under 15.5.
Another great number, and it would be easy to buy into the narrative of what he's done the last 2 years and what he hasn't done in the win category. Wipe that from your mind. He's going to win over 15 games this year. I know the first game didn't go the way it was supposed to, but you're talking about a totally revamped offensive team for the New York Mets. And Jacob deGrom keeps getting better and better. Here's the guy that knows how to pitch with not only multiple pitches, but whether he's on or not. That's a big part of being an elite pitcher, and I think Jacob deGrom will finally break through in the win column. I'm going to go out and say something like 17-3. Wow. Or maybe even 18-4, somewhere in that category, because there's just no way it can continue. There's no way it can continue, and I think as time builds up, you won't see the early exits to protect for the whole season, and as time builds up, you're going to see that offense finally give way of whatever. Look, if you're pitching against Jacob deGrom, you're going to pitch your best game because you have to. That's part of the issue. So the offense gets a lot of blame sometimes, or the bullpen. The pressure is mounting because everyone's talking about the same thing every time he pitches.
I mean, because since 2018, his ERA is 2.07, and in the games that he's pitched, the Mets' record is 36-41.
That cannot continue.
I mean, Mets fans are like, yeah, you would think that, but it keeps happening to him. But 17 wins. I would say that's a bold prediction.
Yep.
But I like it. John Smoltz, you're going to hear him plenty today on the call with Scott Braun, Carlos Pena, and Alana Rizzo. Smoltzy, thank you.
You got it.
And thank you, everybody who participated in the MLB Game of the Week poll. Who's going to win today? Tampa Bay or Boston, 55% of you going with the Red Sox to sweep the Rays. Bill Ripken, what do you think of that?
That looks like a lot of Northeasterners voted right there. But you know what? These are two pretty good teams. And I think at the end of the day, I think the Rays are going to be there once again when we start talking about playoff teams down the stretch. The Red Sox are going to go as far as, I think, the big three. And that's Bogarts, Devers, and J.D. Martinez. If you hit those guys in order, you might have some order.
First pitch coming your way. Scotty B's got you.
Here's the pitch. Drives it deep. What a play. Are you kidding me?
Signs of spring this week with temperatures rising in the Northeast. Stress levels ran high yesterday with the Red Sox mounting 3 late comebacks and walking off as winners in extras. Now back at it 14 hours later for a global audience. This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by Fidelity. In Massachusetts, the Tampa Bay Rays meet up with the Boston Red Sox to put a lid on this 3-game series at Fenway Park, with Boston going for the sweep of the defending AL champs. I'm Scott Braun, along with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz. We're bringing you the action from Studio K, and hello to the YouTube audience around the globe for our first journey on YouTube in 2021. And John, we like to have representatives from both teams, and some might not know, longtime Brave, but a little sliver with the Boston Red Sox in 2009.
There might be people scratching their heads going, what's Smoltz doing on this broadcast? Yeah, I was able to get with the historic organization after my shoulder surgery. If I could have a redo, I'd like to go back and perform a little better than I did.
We can talk about it, or not, whatever you want, as we introduce the YouTube audience to the MLB Game of the Week. Things to know, we are streaming live. This is global on MLB's YouTube channel, and it's all free. Tell your friends. Join the over 2.7 million other fans in subscribing to MLB's YouTube channel. You can click the bell icon for notifications prior to upcoming games. And if you have YouTube TV like I do, game stream live in an MLB pop-up within the channel guide. We have more friends as well. Carlos Pena represents the Tampa Bay Rays, longtime Ray. You also played for Boston, grew up in Boston, went to Northeastern. You really know both teams well, Carlos. How you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Excited to be with you guys. And yes, I guess I am the perfect guy for this situation because I know Boston like the palm of my hand. And at the same time, I also played for the Rays. And very proud to say so. Experienced that 2008 World Series with them. So I'm really excited to get on with this ball game.
And a Cape Cod League MVP. I mean, the list of accomplishments with the Rays and the Red Sox, we have time. We'll run through it. But let's run through this pitching matchup with Ryan Yarbrough matching up against Nate Eovaldi. And Smoltzy, I think you could call these two very different pitchers, which is always fun to get a variety of flavors.
Absolutely. You couldn't be more opposite than what these guys, not to mention they're throwing with a different hand, an arm, but they do it differently. And Yarbrough's going to mix and match spin, have soft contact as his friend, and Eovaldi's going to have the radar gun lighted up and use his stuff to power through that lineup. So when you think about these two pitchers, you got to think totally opposite of what they're trying to accomplish. The Red Sox, of course, need pitchers. They need to be healthy. We know what the Rays have been able to do as a pitching staff. They can mix and match with anybody. But Eovaldi's start today is going to be super important. I know it's early, but as they build their resume as a starting staff and get healthy, pitching is what's going to keep him in this year.
And he's coming off a good one on opening day against the Orioles. Yarbrough was great last week in his first start as well. The problem for Eovaldi, I would say, Carlos, he's going to circle the lineup in the spot where Randy Arozarena is and say, how do I pitch this guy? He was incredible in the playoffs last year. What did you think?
You know, he really was impressive. You know, his approach was pristine. He started from the top of the strike zone down, and that really, really helped him. But he saw everything, Scotty. They threw him fastballs, but mostly off speed, if you can believe it. Look at the regular season, postseason split. He had a very good overall season, but that postseason was absolutely monstrous. I mean, those are record-setting numbers, as you see right there with the 10 home runs in the postseason. That is a record. But this is the thing. He was the only one that really performed offensively. And maybe this is perhaps why the Rays could not win that World Series. If he would have gotten just a little bit of help, maybe we would be telling a different story and he would have a ring on his finger. But here they go again, and they're going to give it another whirl, and Randy Arozarena coming with very high expectations.
And it's crazy, but he's actually still rookie eligible, even though he played more in the playoffs last year than he did in the regular season. So experience on the Boston side is actually probably more than you think, according to Alex Cora. He said, hey, we have players that have World Series rings and players with proven track records, especially at the plate.
Well, they do, and their offense shouldn't take a back seat. Last year was not a great year for the Red Sox for a lot of reasons. Their pitching got hurt, and they couldn't score enough runs. But they have a stable offense that suits their ballpark well. And Xander Bogaerts, we're talking about shortstops all throughout baseball. He gets underlooked. He had a big contract extension. He really is the heart and soul of that middle infield. And then J.D. Martinez, what can you say about him? He's a professional hitter. He's a pitcher's nightmare. Last year was an outlier. Don't even pay attention to what happened last year. A lot of things changed for a lot of players. And look for him to have a monster year again. For the Red Sox offensively, they're going to be competitive. It's whether or not they can keep the arms on the mound healthy to complement this offense. It's not too early to say that offensively these last 3 games have been huge. They needed to get off to a good start. They didn't, but they rallied, and they're in a position now to utilize that offense and be a strength of the offense.
It was a top 5 team in terms of offense in the American League last year, but it was a last-place team in the AL East. But Alex Cora told us earlier, J.D. Martinez is back. He said he was never gone. And for more on J.D., let's welcome in the 4th member of our team, Alana Rizzo, who is stationed at Fenway Park. Alana?
Scotty, Red Sox slugger J.D. Martinez has been incredibly vocal about his preference to be able to use video in-game to make those in-game offensive adjustments. Well, in 2020, that routine of his was disrupted when MLB disallowed video rooms as well as video in the dugout to try to promote social distancing, also making sure that they're coming off of the heels of that 2017 investigation into the World Series. Well, in 2021, the video is back on league-issued iPads and already making dividends for J.D. Martinez. So far this season, 10 for 21, 2 home runs and 5 doubles. That leads the league. And last night, that 2-out, 2-run double security series win, a chance for the sweep. And guys, since joining the Red Sox, you can see that last season was absolutely an anomaly. You can see all of the offensive categories that people talk about all down in the 2020 year. J.D. Martinez certainly liking the video back in the dugout, back in the video rooms, not only for himself, Scotty, but to help his teammates as well.
Thanks, Alana. He's been saying, just show me the video, and he's right. It's the runner-up from last season in visiting the 18 champs for a Wednesday afternoon matchup on YouTube. Lineups and first pitch on the way.
These 2 teams hate each other.
There has been some beanballs here in this series.
These 2 teams go at it.
Here we go again.
That's what makes this a great rivalry.
The 1-2 pillow, and he hits Gerald Williams. There he goes. Gerald attacking Martinez here after being hit by that pitch.
There's no crying in baseball. Whoever wants to cry, let him cry.
Oh my goodness, up and in, and that hit him. That may have been intentional.
That is about the 5th or 6th guy hit by a pitch in this series.
Manny has the ball thrown behind him. Well, let's hope that's the end of the funny stuff now. Swing and a drive. You brush him back. He'll hit it out. Look out over his head with a breaking ball, and Ortiz is going out towards the mound.
Shields hits crisp, and Coco's going to head out. Here we go. Look out, and Ortiz gets hit in the back.
It's a war. You know, it's on.
That was absolutely an in-your-face move.
This rivalry is player against player, organization against organization. And to me, that's true rivalry.
It's a cloudy day in Boston, Massachusetts. Temperatures in the 50s for the Rays and the Red Sox wrapping up their first series of the season against each other. And let's introduce you to the starting lineup presented by Fidelity. Yoshi Susugo will lead the way for Tampa Bay, followed by Austin Meadows looking for a bounce-back season. The legend from last October, Randy Arozarena in the 3 spot. Brandon Lau cleaning up. Yandy Diaz, the DH this afternoon. Joey Wendell with excellent career numbers against Nate Eovaldi in a small sample size. He's 5 for 7. Then it's Margot, Mejia, and Adames to round out the 9. So the first start of the season for Nate Eovaldi featured temperatures in the low 30s. About a 20-degree bump this afternoon. How does that help?
That's going to help a lot with the feel. Even though he's a power pitcher, you got to have that secondary stuff working. And look, this guy is so important to the Red Sox as they try to get some of their other guys healthy. And he's just go get him. He throws a lot of strikes early. He's a guy that can light up the radar gun. But unfortunately, at times, if he's not ahead in the count, the hitters have had a huge advantage against him so far behind in the count. So Eovaldi going to do what he does, and he's a kind of a Nolan Ryan throwback, and that's what you're going to see out of him today.
Funny you mentioned that name because he's from Alvin, Texas, just like Nolan Ryan. Nate grew up idolizing the great Nolan Ryan. And let's set up the Fidelity defense for the Boston Red Sox. Bobby Dahlbeck is back at first base after a couple days off. Christian Arroyo next to him. And your usual Devers and Bogarts on the left side of the infield. Eovaldi playing catch with Kevin Plawecki this afternoon. And outfield from left to right, JD Martinez, Kike Hernandez, and Hunter Renfroe. Just the first start of the season in left field for JD. And he made 3 starts all of last year in left. So he'll get some run on the other side of the baseball.
That's a different outfield, Scotty. I mean, this is when you see Kike Hernandez playing center field, he's going to be playing all over the place, as well as Marvin Gonzalez. It adds a lot of versatility for the Red Sox to have those guys on board.
Yeah, there's Kike in center. He's been playing a lot of second base so far this season, and Marwin's been playing everywhere already. And he says he's used to that. He's actually more comfortable playing in different spots on different occasions. Eovaldi set. First pitch of the season delivered live on YouTube as we're ready to go for the Rays and the Red Sox. Misses outside to Yoshi Susugo, who has been inserted into the leadoff spot this year to try and ignite his bat. Goes around, it's 1-1. Carlos, he had trouble handling high velocity last year, coming over from Japan, signing a 2-year contract with Tampa Bay, looking to get himself acclimated. And he pulls the 1-1 down the line. Nice play by Dahlbeck to the covering Eovaldi for out number 1.
And right there, it's something that he needs to make an adjustment with, is to get ready early enough to get to that high-speed fastball at the top of the zone. Reyes sort of a cutter that crowds him, but he was able to get good barrel and just a better play here in Dahlbeck's hand.
Dahlbeck, a natural third baseman. He's been picking up the position over at first very quickly. He said it's a footwork adjustment, but he looks like a natural there. Now it's Austin Meadows. Health setbacks last year, but an all-star in 2019. He had 33 home runs a couple years ago with 89 RBIs. Last year, just 4 in the shortened season.
Yeah, a lot of this offense predicated on the long ball, of course, and they feel like they've got the same basic offense they had last year, even though they struggled down the stretch in the postseason. A lot of that would be contributed to great pitching.
Speaking of that pitching, let's get the breakdown from you, Smoltzy, presented by Fidelity.
Yeah, I think for Eovaldi, it's going to be key to establish, obviously, his fastball and get ahead of the count. But it's control the right-handed hitters. He had some struggles against right-handed hitters in the past. Pitch ahead, because when he's behind, the numbers are really not good. And give the Red Sox some innings.
Popped up. And here comes Devers in foul ground for out number 2.
I mean, you think about a guy that throws this hard. When he's behind in the count over the last till 2019, hitting against him 449 when he's behind in the count. So every pitcher wants to go strike one as they say, but to be able to pitch with his stuff and get hitters off his hard fastball, because the cutter fastball combination, even though it has high velocity, he's given up a higher average than he should with that pitch.
Here's the matchup with Arozarena. He takes the first pitch on the inside corner. Alex Cora mentioned to us that the Rays faced Nate Eovaldi in spring training and they ambushed him on first pitch. So Alex thinks it was actually a good learning experience for Nate for this regular season matchup. In on the hands, a little blooper foul.
Well, spring training, if you're a veteran pitcher, you could play a kind of mind tricks with the other team, especially with the no travel this year. They got to face each other, and I guarantee you what I would have done is thrown completely different than I was going to throw, knowing my matchups in the regular season, and just get them scratching their head a little bit. And on the vice, in the reverse, obviously what you talked about, he could utilize some of that information in spring training and go, okay, all right, I'll make the adjustment.
So far, so good, and he's ahead of Arozarena. Look at the defense, a lot of space up the middle. And he just missed.
And you can see him working right here just with the high fastball and then the off speed. And you see Arozarena has been actually late on some of those fastballs, and that's what Eovaldi wants to keep him in between as far as his timing is concerned.
Goes with the slower stuff to get an easy roller and sit down the side in order. A 1-2-3 first from Eovaldi. We'll see the Red Sox bat in the bottom of the first.
Red Sox have a bunch of guys who are due, and here's one of them, Hunter Renfroe. He's 0 for 8. And a 1-0. Hammered the other way. Long dive. Oh, what a play by Arozarena. A spectacular play. Vasquez will tag, and he is in to score. I don't know if you're going to see a better play by an outfielder all season long.
I mean, this ball looked like it was going to go over his head. He jumps, dives, catches it.
Walker delivers. Swing a drive to right center field, hit well. Arozarena going back, still going back. This one is over his head. It hits off the bullpen wall. He dives to stop it. Into third, JD being waved home. Here comes a throw to the plate by Adames. It's off the glove of the first baseman. Too late. Throw to third goes down the left field line, and Xander will score. The Red Sox get 2 and lead it 5-0.
Went after that one off the outside corner, down the line. That one sailing, and it is gone into the pesky pole. A 3-run homer for J.D. Martinez. And the Sox really blow it open here in the 8th inning.
A clean first from Nate Eovaldi. Now Ryan Yarborough's turn against this starting lineup for the Red Sox presented by Fidelity. Kike Hernandez out in center this afternoon. He's leading off. Then Devers, JD is on fire right now to start the season. Bogart's cleaning up. Christian Vasquez, the DH this afternoon. Renfroe, Arroyo, Dahlbeck back in the lineup, and Plawecki, the catcher. Here's the pitcher. Very different look. Left-hander Ryan Yarborough, and they call it contact suppression, his specialty.
Yeah, he's got a great deception to his delivery, and he creates an illusion to the hitter that the ball's going to get there, and it doesn't. So he relies a lot on spin and a lot of change of direction of the baseball. And I'll tell you what, I know he's been viewed as a reliever statistically, but he's a starter. They've used him out of the bullpen after an opener or whatever you want to call it, but now I think he's going to provide a lot of innings as a starter.
And a number 2 starter. First pitch to Kike Hernandez misses wide. Coming off an excellent opening performance against the Marlins, 5 2/3 shutout innings. Just 65 pitches, not a long leash, but that's Tampa Bay style. And he finds the zone against Hernandez. Carlos also, Ryan Yarborough, grew up in Lakeland, Florida, a huge Tampa Bay Rays fan. a Carlos Pena fan. He loves that 2008 squad.
How about that? I mean, this is great when you see guys that have grown up just rooting for a ball club, and then they have an opportunity to put on that jersey. It's literally a dream come true. And Yarbrough is one of those guys that does not take it for granted. And you hear him talk about his style of pitching, and he doesn't care that he's different than those epic lefties that the Rays had. He has a different style, which is just pitch to contact and make sure he induces weak contact at that.
There's your weak contact. And Adames puts away Hernandez. More on that weak contact. What's the pitching looks like for Ryan Yarbrough? Here's a breakdown presented by Fidelity.
Yeah, soft contact. That's a word a lot of pitchers like to hear, because that puts your defense in play and it gets them to do what they can do, and that's play great defense. Deception and spin, we already saw it in the first hitter, and then pitch like a starter. I mentioned all the innings he gets as a reliever after someone else has started the game, but I think this guy is going to be a throwback guy in an era of velocity. He knows how to pitch, he knows how to change arm angles and the quadrants of the strike zone.
He finds the zone against Rafael Devers, who picked up his first 2 hits of the season yesterday, recording a 2-for-5 performance. "24 years old, in his 4th season already as Devers, the third baseman, awaits the 0-1.
I mean, he's pretty much going to go after right-handers with a lot of change-ups, and left-handers that do face him in the lineup, he'll give him more fastballs, because he gives the illusion that that 88 is really 96 and 95 because of the change of tempo. And to me, about pitching is changing the timing of a hitter and creating some fear that the hitter can't just jump out and lay into one of those pitches. So a hitter's got to have a lot of different thoughts in his head when this guy's on the mound.
2 quick strikes, and Devers stays alive.
And this is a very dynamic confrontation, because Devers has been known for his exit velocity, 5th among hitters in the American League in 2020, 93 miles per hour off of his bat. That's what he averaged. And Yarbrough is one of those guys who tries to do the opposite, which is induce weak contact. So very interesting matchup we got going today.
Yarbrough likes to take advantage of over-aggressive hitters, feasts on long swings, and Devers goes fishing.
It's just a really good example of you don't have to just fire the baseball and let your stuff take care of hitters. See that arm angle and that release point? I guarantee you Devers thought that ball was in the strike zone a lot longer than it was, and that's why when you're sitting at home going, how can a hitter swing at that pitch and look that bad? It's because when he looked at the tunnel of where that ball's coming out of the pitcher's hand, it looks like a strike. And obviously we could see the results were nowhere close. Good luck though when you got that kind of angle that you're trying to hit off.
Good luck to Yarbrough against JD Martinez. First pitch swinging, going the other way. We'll see if it's playable for Arozarena in right field. And he's got it in his glove. Catch is made right next to the fans. Great to have fans back for 2021. Randy Arozarena unfazed. What a play.
That's a tough corner right there for Fenway Park.
Hey, watch out. About 6 people going for that ball, and the right man for the Rays came up with it.
Red Sox have just 3 hits off this tall ace of the Rays, Tyler Glasnow.
And you see once again the slider becoming the go-to after the fastball. The curveball mainly has been to try to put guys away at the end of the count.
It's the 8th strikeout for Tyler Glasnow.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Watch his reaction after he gets the out.
Christian in this one is grounded out to third, walked and struck out. High fly ball. That one way back there. Watch it go. It is gone. And this game is tied.
Now the winning run is on base in Verdugo, and now a single could win the game.
That one's driven to right field. Rosarena backing up. It's over his head! It's over his head! And the Red Sox are going to win the game! 2-run score! Boston wins! Boy, is that a fitting end to this one. Wow. The Red Sox win it 6-5.
What a ball game this was.
Back at Fenway Park, and the last catch, or maybe catch, from Randy Rosarena is under review at the moment. That's good, because, Carlos, I wanted to get a few more looks at that catch in right field amidst the fans.
I mean, we really had no clue what was going on. I think it went through different set of hands, and then it ended up in his glove. Is it interference? At the end of the day, he ended up with the baseball in the mid. So, I mean, that looks clean to me right there. I think that's an out, no problem.
That's excellent concentration, John.
Yeah, that with the parks not having full capacity, of course, you're subject to where their fans are located. JD had one of those rare home runs the other night off that pole down the line, which can't be other than a nightmare for a pitcher.
Do you cringe when you see that? 326 feet on that homer for JD on Monday off the pesky pole.
Yeah, that is part of the deal, though.
It is a difficult corner. I mean, there is absolutely no foul territory there. You're running full speed to try to catch that baseball. You're going towards the wall. You know that if you drop it, it's a fair ball, and then you have now fans to factor in. I'm sure that Rosarena doesn't mind that. You know, players want fans in the stands, but that is one of the most difficult spots to play defense at in this entire ballpark.
And we will continue the first inning. JD back to the plate.
I'm a little surprised.
It's one of those where, despite the rules and it being out of play because it touches a fan, you wish, Carlos, that for this case, the rule doesn't exist, because think about the concentration, how difficult it is to deal with the surroundings. But ball's dead. JD is going to step up with nobody on and 2 outs, and will continue the first inning.
Yes, he gets another opportunity to swing that bat. This is not what the Rays want. And yes, I do agree with you, Scotty. I mean, when you look at that play, you say, wait a second. Rosarena just made a great defensive play, and it really looks, the common sense will tell you the guy should be out. But if you go to the nitty-gritty of the rule, then interference is called, or the ball is dead, and now here we have JD with another shot, perhaps going placata. You never know. So we'll see if they can able to close out this inning.
Well, good news for the pitcher, because this can be a mentally difficult situation. And had there been runners on and he had to come back after getting the 3rd out, we see the replay one more time, and can't quite see the perfect angle, but you know it got touched. From a pitcher standpoint, you just got out a great hitter, and you're like, oh, shoot, I got to go back out and face this great hitter who, in the early starts of this season, has made already the adjustments he talked about wanting to make that he couldn't make last year. He crushed changeups last year, and he's really good against left-handed breaking balls with his power. 5 home runs since the All-Star break of 2019 on breaking balls off a left-hander.
JD leads baseball in extra base hits. We're about a week into the season. He has 7 of them already.
You know, as a pitcher, the one thing about great hitters is you can look at all the videos and see all the information, but their ability to adjust from year to year and even in season is why they're great hitters. It's why you can't just pitch them one way, even though the information will tell you some of his weaknesses.
That one on the ground, gobbled up at third. And Wendell retires Martinez, so that will officially conclude the first inning. Scoreless at Fenway Park, live on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Ryan Yarbrough. I'm a pitcher for the Tampa Bay Rays, and this is Google Me. Why did Ryan Yarbrough play baseball? Started in T-ball, about 4 years old. Always had a love for the game, and just kept playing my whole life, and really fortunate to be able to play at the big league level. Why does Ryan Yarbrough have short hair? Because my long hair looks like a mop, and it's just nobody wants to see that. So we keep it short, and honestly, it keeps the wife happy. Why Ryan Yarbrough left-handed? Don't know. You know what? Just like that's what felt right. I don't know why. If anybody knows why they're certain-handed, it's just kind of what feels comfortable. Why Ryan Yarbrough tall? Again, I think it's just genetics, honestly. Why Ryan Yarbrough named Ryan? Just because my parents liked the name. I honestly don't know what other names they were thinking, but obviously I'm okay with it.
The first MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube in 2021, presented by Fidelity. Scott Braun, John Smoltz, Carlos Pena, and Alana Rizzo is at the ballpark in Boston as the Red Sox go for the sweep of the Tampa Bay Rays. This series has had a little bit of everything. Nate Eovaldi back to work, a bit upstairs. Brandon Lau in the 4 spot for Tampa Bay.
Strength against strength. If he's going to throw fastballs up, Brandon loves it up. You got to get him out down. You see where that target is? The curveball to his back foot, it gave him so much trouble last year. And his hard to get a good, I don't know, I'd say you guess average on low fastballs is not good against Brandon. So he likes the ball middle up to middle in.
There's your big swing. Couldn't catch up to 97. Brandon Lau finished in 8th place in AL MVP voting last year. He was the best regular season performer for Tampa Bay. Very streaky in the playoffs, but did pop a few big homers.
Yeah, the eye-popping number or statistic that I saw when doing some research is the lowest batting average against pitches right there, but a fastball down. The lowest batting average in Major League Baseball. So you can tell what he's trying to feast off of the new power arms that are trying to get the ball off. And he typically won't miss a lot of them. It's just that's where you want to get him down.
And he'll mostly pull those baseballs. Yeah. But Carlos, remember in the World Series, he hit 3 home runs, all of them to the opposite field.
Yes, and that's when you know he's going good. I mean, here against Eovaldi, he needs to get really early enough to be able to get to that upper 90s fastball placed in the upper side of the strike zone. So very difficult to do, but it's a matter of timing. I love this kid's swing. I mean, Lau really has a very crisp delivery of the barrel to the baseball, and the numbers speak for themselves.
They do. You can see he was one of the best second basemen in baseball last year, along with DJ LeMahieu, of course. 3-2 spotted.
That's that splitter. That's the splitter that really has taken Eovaldi in his second track back to starting since coming back from injuries. If he's got that pitch going right there, it definitely takes the sting out of the hitter trying to get ready for 97, 98, 99.
12 pitch first inning from Nate Eovaldi. It's already the 7th pitch, or make it 8th pitch of the second. And that's Yandy Diaz. floater for Renfroe.
You know, this year I'm going to be really intrigued to see how the Rays over 162, you know, the approach last year I don't think could have continued over 162, but it made it work and they took advantage of it. They thought, you know, 60-game season, it's not like it surprised anybody. You knew what was going to happen, and they were able to, no pun intended, cash in on that kind of theory and philosophy that they took towards last year. But this year, 162, with the offense they have and the pitching style and philosophies they have, will that be sustainable over 162? That's what we're going to find out.
Of course, everyone thinks back to Game 6 of the World Series.
Yeah.
Blake Snell dealing and then removed. And most of the world said removed too soon. Alana Rizzo, what did you think of the Tampa Bay Rays from last year?
Well, I mean, I was on the other side of it, Scotty, being with the Los Angeles Dodgers for 7 seasons. I was very thankful to Kevin Cash for pulling Blake Snell when he pulled him. But again, going through all the different scenarios, and he was talking to John Smoltz about this earlier today, that's kind of the worst case scenario that played out right in front of his eyes. And I asked him the question, I said, would you have made that decision again? And he said, absolutely. I said, I guess you can sleep then, knowing that in that moment, that was the best decision he thought for his club. And what Smoltz was talking about, you know, the style that they have and the way that they play, is it going to sustain over a 162-game season? He said, you know, some teams are built that have 9 guys to win it. We have 26 guys. That's what we use.
And one of them is Joey Wendell, who flies out to Kike Hernandez in center field, who was part of that World Series last year and won a ring with the Dodgers. Another tidy inning from Nate Eovaldi. Will head to the bottom of the second.
He shoots this one into deep right. That's got a chance to go, and it's out of here. Off the facing of the upper deck on an 0-2 pitch. Austin Meadows does it again. Here's a high fly ball back into left. Duvall's going to have to go to the wall. That baby's gone. Home run for Manuel Margot, and the Rays lead 2-0. Zunino hits one deep to left, and boy, they're going to cash in. Zunino hits it out of here. The Rays grab a 2-1 lead.
So here is Yandy Diaz, and he drives one through the right side, and this is going to get down for a base hit and maybe roll all the way to the wall. Margot will score. Here comes Wendell around third. He's going to be waved home. Throw to the plate is not in time. It's a 2-run double for Yandy Diaz, and the Rays have taken the lead. It's 6-4.
Renfroe shoots this one into right. On the road of Rosarena. A diving catch. He'll get up. The tag by Vasquez. He will score, but oh my, what a grab by Rosarena.
Home half of the second at Fenway Park with 4, 5, and 6 due up. And here's a new feature that we're going to amplify this year on YouTube. Another unique aspect of watching the game, our interactive polling feature allows you to offer multiple choice response to questions posed in the live game commentary. So stay tuned as the results will be revealed and discussed later in the broadcast. Of course, we'll have everyone weigh in. Super easy to do. Poll right in front of you. We're going to bring it more than ever. Who's going to have the biggest impact on today's game? Nice and simple predictions. Arozarena, Meadows, Bogarts, or JD Martinez.
You want me to answer?
Yes.
I'm going C. The guy at the plate right now. That's just my gut. Just my gut. He loves lefties.
So it's more than your gut. It's an informed decision. I like it. Xander Bogaerts takes a strike, and now it's time to welcome our Fidelity interview guest. Martin Perez joins us from the Red Sox dugout. Martin, thanks for joining us. How you doing today?
Good, guy. How are you?
We are doing well. Thanks for hanging with us for this bottom of the second. And Yarborough deals. It's a weakly hit ball to third, and Wendell throws it away. So Bogaerts reaches and already is starting to make John Smoltz look good. Martin, Well, let's start with your latest performance. How did you feel yesterday?
I feel great. I think was pounding the zone really good, and throw a lot of two seamers in, and everything worked the way that I supposed to do. But it was great. It was fun last night.
Martin, I like watching guys that know how to pitch, and in a day and era where there's so much velocity, and that's all we talk about. Talk to me about how you use the information as you know how to pitch and don't rely so much on velocity.
I think you know more than us. I mean, everything is where you want to throw the ball, I know velocity is good sometimes, but it don't mean for me that you need to throw 100 every time to get people out. I think if you put the ball where you want it, you're going to have good results. So that's the way that I've been pitching right now. I have a lot of information from the hitters, and I just like to go out there and use it the way that I can pitch, just trying to move the ball and stay down with the hitters that I know they don't hit ball downs, or the hitters they don't hit the ball up and in. So that's how I like to pitch right now, because and the year before throw 96, 97, and I got hit too easy. So now it's time for me to just move the ball and throw a lot of strike. You're just trying to hit the glove every time when I go to the home plate.
And let me ask you a follow-up. As a visitor, when I pitched there, the wall was in the back of my mind. I pitched according to the wall. I don't know if that was good or not back then, but how does the wall affect you, knowing that this ballpark is so unique and you pitch at home?
You know what? I don't think too much in the wall, because I've been pitching here, last year, and when I was with the Rangers and the Twins, I pitched here too, and the wall don't affect me, and I have great numbers here. But like I say, I just just trying to focus on the hitters, just trying to get most hitters out, and at the end of the night, just trying to give you a chance to my team to win the game. That's all about it.
Martin, you've heard people talk about, okay, you can only go inside if you throw 90 in the upper 90s, or you can only go up and in if you throw 97, 96. But you are throwing more inside and more up in the zone than ever before. Where does that come from?
I talk a lot with AC, with Alice, and we check the numbers before we came here to Boston, and they don't hit. I don't have too many hit, or they don't hit well up and in against me. So that's what I'm trying to do right now, just trying to establish my fastball in and up, and after go with the cutter in. It worked good for me. So it's one thing that I have in my mind right now, and after I do the job up and in, I can go down and away with the changer or cut it outside. So that's one thing that we've been doing in spring training, and now we're just gonna do here in the season too.
Bogart's on first after the infield single, and now Christian Vazquez watches a pitch sail outside. A ball and 2 strikes. Hey Martin, what did you think of Nate Eovaldi in his opening day performance, and then what have you seen from him so far today?
I think he's attacking a little bit more. He got great stuff, man. He can use all his pitches, but I think now he's more on the control, and he throw more first pitch for strike. So that's important for us. I think first pitch is the key. When you go out there, you gotta throw strikes quick. You don't have to wait too much to attack the hitter. So one thing that they always like to do is just throw a lot of strike to the hitters and don't give too much credit to them, because they get comfortable. That's when you got paid.
Here's another look at the Rays. Fielder's choice going the short way to second, not in time to first. So Vazquez replaces Bogarts at first. Talking to Martin Perez during this home half of the second. Scoreless between the Rays and the Red Sox. Live on YouTube, and Hunter Renfroe will dig in. Also, for our creators hanging out with us in the chat room. Give us a few questions for Martin Perez, and we will ask him live during this half inning. I have another one for you, Martin, after this. First pitch from Yarborough to Renfroe, in there for strike one. So, Martin, give me more on your relationship with the cutter. And I believe when we spoke a few years back, you picked up some of the tricks of the trade from Jake Odorizzi. Am I correct?
Yes, you're right. That was in 2019. My first week, no, I think it was the last week of spring training. My agent Felix Olivo, he always told me, "Hey, Martin, I think you have to try to throw a cutter," and I always say no because I have great changeup, I have great curveball, and I have a 4-seam and then a 2-seam. And at that time, I gave up a lot of ground balls. But that year, I say, okay, this is a new year, new team, and why not try something? I mean, it's never late to try things and put it on game. And I remember Odorizzi told me, "Hey, Martin, this is how you're gonna throw your cutter. You don't have to do much with your hands. You're just trying to throw like a cut fastball, and let's see what happens." And I remember I throw eight cutters in a row in the bullpen, and as soon as I feel good and I feel strong with my hands, at the time that I throw the ball, I say I got it. And they asked me, "You gonna throw it in the game?" I went, "Yes, why not? I mean, it's time for compete, and I feel good with this pitch. I'm gonna try it." And after that, man, everything was, you know, I was totally different pitcher, you know, especially because I had great changeup, and that cutter helped me a lot too, you know, especially when you're behind in the count, so you get people out quick.
Well, Martin, it's working for you, and I'm sure you give Jake a text every once in a while saying thank you, and we want to thank you too for joining us for this half inning. Oh, I know he knows. He's probably watching too, getting ready for tonight. Hey, Martin, thanks for joining us, and good luck the rest of the way, okay?
Thank you very much. Have a good day, guys.
You too. The Rays turn 2 in the books. No score from Fenway.
Goes the other way for a base hit into right field. So Hernandez is quickly aboard.
Well, that is so nicely done right there. He stayed back, and with 2 strikes, you're going to love this swing.
JD Martinez laying into one and a high deep drive left center field up there. And that ball is gone. And the Red Sox hit their first home run of 2021. JD Martinez will touch them all. ED off the bag and a 3-1. Into right field, racing back to Rosareni, can't get it, almost got out of here. It's off the bullpen fence. JD Martinez trying to score, and the throw won't get him. Throw back to third is down the line. And Xander is up, and he will score. 2-2 coming. Fly ball, well struck center field. Margot, we'll see that off the bottom of the wall. Red Sox looking to add on. Here's the throw home, and Gonzalez slides in. Went after that one off the outside corner, down the line. That one sailing, and it is gone into the pesky pole. A 3-run homer for JD Martinez.
Hey, new to the MLB Game of the Week for the 2021 season is the YouTube Player of the Game, where fans watching on mobile devices and computers can vote for which player will receive a trophy during the post-game show. Trophy will be in hand for the post-game show. Stay tuned for the Player of the Game polling options later in the show. Great way to get involved, just like our creators sending us great questions for Martin Perez, but then the Rays turn 2, and all of a sudden we're off to the top of the 3rd inning with Manny Margot leading off. 7, 8, and 9 coming up for Tampa Bay. Chopper over Evaldi, and here comes Bogaerts barehanded for the out.
What a play right there. Xander Bogaerts showing what he's capable of doing. You know, he did not waste any time in charging this baseball. As soon as he saw it, he went after it, and he knows who's running. He has to hurry. He barehanded very cleanly, very athletic move. We shouldn't ever take this for granted. I mean, that is a lot harder than it looks.
And again, making John Smoltz look good as he selected Bogaerts for which player would have the biggest impact in the game today. So that might be your pick if he keeps this up for the player of the game later on, John.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's had an impact ever since he got to this organization as a young shortstop. He handled himself way beyond his years. He's continuously improving, and he's going to he has a chance to be in this organization the longest and the face of this organization for a long time.
Francisco Mejia squibs one down the left side, and he's going to turn that into extra bases. JD Martinez corrals it in the corner, and it's a one-out double for the catcher this afternoon. DH yesterday, known for his hitting prowess in the minor leagues. And every once in a while, you get one of these, Carlos.
Yeah, you know, he has a very high probability swing. It's a level hack through the zone, and when he catches balls late, too deep into the strike zone, he's able to hit low line drives or low ground balls down the other way. So that's just good hitting. It's a product of a very nice level swing.
Matching his doubles total from last year at 1. And that's towards the left side. It's for Devers taking his time. High throw brought down by the tall Bobby Dahlbeck over at first. 2 gone.
You know, we didn't get a chance to talk about Adames because he made that quick out, but he's one of the guys I'm looking for to see how he rebounds off of last year, the way it ended. He really struggled at the plate. He's an high energy type guy in this, in this ball club. He means so much to him, and I think getting off to a good start and kind of erasing the last memory he had when he finished the season.
Yeah, Alex Cora said Devers showed up after the pandemic shutdown not in the best shape. It showed early on. He started to pick things up in the month of September. Some of his StatCast numbers were at an all-time high at the end of the shortened season. Exit velocity, hard hit percentage, all the talent in the world, and a World Series ring already. Back to the top of the lineup in Yoshi Susugo. I promised that we would receive picks, not just from you, John, but also from Carlos and Alana. So, Carlos, player with the biggest impact today out of JD, Xander, Randy, and Austin, and we'll reveal those results pretty soon. Who's your pick?
I'm going to go with JD Martinez. I mean, he had 2 very good swings. Seems like he is seeing the baseball well for Yarborough.
JD with the walk-off in the 12th inning yesterday for the Red Sox. Susugo grounded out in the top of the first.
Top of the zone fastball right here, middle to middle in. I don't believe Susugo would have the ability to barrel that pitch up right now on a 2-2 after seeing a breaking ball.
Evaldi has flashed all 5 pitches already today. Off the end of the bat, broken bat, and it's going to fall in front of Hernandez. Here comes Mejia, and he's in there. Susugo drives in the first run of the day for Tampa Bay. It's 1-0.
We'll see what happens with the final result as they look at it, but I didn't like that pitch on off-speed split after a guy was really struggling with fastball velocity, and he gave him a chance to get the bat on the ball. And this is a tough one. When you see the splitter right there, it stays in the strike zone, doesn't tumble, and he hits it off the end of the bat. And that's one you're going to go back and go, I know if I execute, it's still an out, but I like my chances better with velocity over the middle of the zone.
You can't get much better on that throw, too.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%, Smolty. I mean, slow and then followed by another off speed. We just get into the cadence of the timing, and Suzuka was able to put the barrel on that baseball and drive in a run.
So here comes Austin Meadows, who popped out in foul ground in the first. Did that just miss?
No. But
I'm sitting next to a pitcher. Let's bring in Alana.
Guys, we know that Eovaldi typically throws a billion. Alex Cora joked that he never has to worry about the velocity. It's always there, but it seems like he's been using his cutter a lot more in his second outing, getting some poor contact or weak contact, if you will. And I'm curious to know, guys, from both a pitcher and a hitter's perspective, we can talk about it next inning. Do you have to pick one or the other? You can't do both as far as timing is concerned. I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, we'll bring that question in when we return for the bottom of the third. Hunter Renfroe with the shoestring catch. Eovaldi's shaking his head because he gave up a run, but also received some help.
He loves the game.
What a career. Hall of Famer. And he's from here. That's why they retired that number 2. It wasn't that he played that long, but he's a local guy.
Here's Boggs hitting it deep to right field. It's gone! The first Devil Rays home run. Wade Boggs takes the Grand Tour. And he needs 199 hits for 3,000. Here comes Wade Boggs to a standing ovation at Tropicana Field. Boggs needing one more hit to get to 3,000. And there's a drive. Deep right field. It is gone! The hit that makes history is a 2-run home run. 3,000 base hits for Wade Boggs. And he hits a home run to do it.
One 0 Tampa Bay. Let's bring in the result of our first poll question. A little prediction action. Biggest impact in this game, and the crowd votes JD, 38% of the share. Same with Carlos's pick, and Smoltz, your pick goes in the 2 spot. Xander Bogaerts. Red Sox fans weighing in hard this afternoon. JD, the man yesterday with the walk-off hit in the 12th. That's a familiar sight too. Outfielders checking out cards, seeing where they should stand. Carlos, we see a lot of that nowadays as Christian Arroyo gets ready for the Red Sox half of the third.
We've seen that even with pitchers. Pitchers taking little cards out of their back pocket and kind of checking maybe for signs or perhaps some scouting report that could help a pitcher sequence better and strategize. This is how far we've come in this game, and I think it's sufficient. Is great. If it allows you to win ball games, why not?
Christian Arroyo swings through the off-speed stuff from Ryan Yarbrough. Still on a roll today for Tampa Bay. He hasn't given up a run in a long time, not this season and going back to last season. Up to 17 consecutive scoreless innings dating back to 2020. Let's bring Alana back. Alana, the inning rudely interrupted the finish to your report.
Hate it when that happens, Scotty. No, my question for the guys was, Eovaldi, we know he throws a billion, and he's using a cutter a lot today. Lots of poor contact so far on that cutter. The Rays hitters, in my opinion, kind of need to pick one pitch, right? I mean, timing-wise, you can't necessarily cover both. CP, you either have to be on the fastball or the cutter. So from a hitter's perspective, do you kind of just have to pick one and go with it? And from a pitcher's perspective, John, how important is it to be able just to kind of make them continue to guess?
I'll go first, Alana. You know, when we're trying to hit up there, to cover both speeds, it's virtually impossible, especially if you're able to hide pitches well. In other words, if the pitches look exactly the same, but yet they have different timings. So it's very important to, if you're going to sit fastball hard, you stay with it. You stay with that cadence, you stay with that timing, you get ready early enough to get to it, and then hopefully you take the off speed, or if you're going to swing one because you got fooled, you swing through it. You don't modify your swing. Now, that takes a lot of discipline. It is easier said than done, but that's the only way to assure that you're going to have some good hacks at the baseball. You have to pick one or the other.
And I would say from a pitcher standpoint, you know, today's philosophy is totally different. If a lot of hitters have a one-way swing, then you got to hit their bat in the area. And so if you can't put pressure on a hitter by changing lanes and changing directions away from a right and left-handed hitter, then that area becomes the focus for the hitter. The swing path just stays the same. So if the splitter doesn't break and you're thinking, you know, fastball, but it, like we saw there, and it doesn't break and it's in the area of a swing path, there's no difference to the hitter. That's why I think pitching has still got to create stress on the hitters by having not only your best stuff, but the ability to change eye levels and the focus of, you just can't just swing one way against me. And I think a lot of hitters have been able to take advantage of velocity based on that, because there's no different approach. And if a hitter or a pitcher doesn't make them change, or they're unwilling to change, a pitcher will have success. So Eovaldi, in my opinion, when he pitches off his fastball, has to remember where that last fastball was either taken or swung, and then pitch effectively off of that.
Broken bat, Arroyo into the glove of Lau.
And the reason in the past he's been hit too hard, for a guy who throws 99, he doesn't have a lot of movement on his pitch, so that's why he throws the cutter to create movement, to get it off the barrel. That's why the split goes opposite of what the left-handed hitter should see. But when they mirror each other and the velocity change of speeds is not that great, the hitter is not I guess you intimidated or alters anything that he's doing, and you can literally go up there and swing from your heels and find one of those pitches in the zone that you like and take advantage of his power.
Bobby Dahlbeck, known for his power, but drops one into center field. Seeing eye single to start things off in the third for Boston.
I could talk hitting all day, Smoltz. You bring great points forward. You know, right here, Dahlbeck gets that fastball, kind of like a cutter type, inside, and he's able to get to it. Yarborough will use that pitch to crowd hitters, but Dahlbeck was ready early enough, and you can make that adjustment because the differential, what Smoltz was talking about, the speed differential isn't that great from the fastball up. So if you start with your fastball up mentality, you're probably going to be on time for that cutter. Speed differential is a huge, huge deal if you're going to have success as a pitcher.
That's in there to Kevin Plawecki, number 9 hitter.
You know, we can complicate so many things, and the simple rule that I always adopted based on the hitter I was facing is if he swung at a high fastball and didn't put it in play, I followed it with a curveball, because that plane of his eyes, what he last saw was what he remembers. If I threw a low fastball in the outer part of the plate and he swung or fouled off, I would follow it by a slider, because the planes are the same. If you get too creative and you throw a high fastball followed by a low slider, that variance of the hitter is too big, and anyone who swings at that is just a free swinger. And the same thing I would say if facing a left-hander. If I got an outside fastball that he swung or took for a strike, then I follow it with a split going away. You've got to be able to create an awareness to the hitter that they have some kind of fear of what the guy on the mound has, and it's hard to eliminate things in this game if you've got a Jacob deGrom. All right, he's obviously the best, some of the best we have. But I think the information sometimes, and this has been I've been wanting to talk years about this, the information of a pitcher getting on Scott Braun as a hitter. I think too many pitchers pitch to your weakness versus pitching to their strength, the pitcher's strength, meaning my strength is what it is. It's got to be glaring if a hitter can't hit a curveball, for example, you know. And so what I think Yarbrough and even Eovaldi do, they're going to pitch off their strengths. Yarbrough right here has so many more movement pitches. That's why he doesn't need all the velocity that, let's say, Eovaldi has, because Eovaldi's movement is not as good as Yarbrough. And of course, left-handers, I always say, if you're left-handed, breathing and throw strikes, you're going to be in the big leagues, because they have such an advantage with that angle that hitters just don't see all the time.
StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud giving us a nice look at the repertoire from Ryan Yarbrough, and this is exactly what he cues up. Weak contact, lazy fly ball for Brandon Lau to head out and haul in.
And that's all it takes, you know. If you just are able to get slightly different timing right there, that swing was slightly early. It's just good enough for the hitter to hit that ball off the end of the bat, no damage done. Now, if you try to sit back a little bit, you're like, wait, I got to sit back. I got to wait. Well, he comes with that cutter, and now you're late on the cutter, hitting the ball off the handle. And that's the art of pitching. And this is precisely what Smoltz was explaining with throwing the fastball away, then following up with a split off of the same line, or the high fastball and then the curveball. That is the simplest way of explaining tunneling. So everyone at home just got a lesson in pitching from John Smoltz, and that alone will take you a long way to become a decent pitcher on the mound.
And the good news is this is on YouTube. You can scroll back very easily. You can watch this back at any time. It's a free game.
Take notes.
Globally. Take notes, and if you forget, it's right in front of you. Easy rewind. Dahlbeck off of first, and Kike Hernandez evens up the count.
Smoltz, you know what I wanted to ask you, when you're on the mound, I've heard you mention a couple times, like, well, if I see that the hitter swings at that pitch, or if he takes it, what you're saying is that you are reading the hitter, correct?
The best you can try to do. I mean, a lot of guys, you know, mechanics doesn't allow them to take their head. It takes their head away from the reaction of the hitter, so you rely on the catcher and information. But I learned so much from Greg Maddux, who was able to finish in a position where he could read the swing so much better than anybody else. It effectively gave him a menu of options and knew why he was so good at outguessing the hitter, right? And I don't know how many hitters today, you know, back in our era, more hitters guessed and were guess hitters to try to create the, I don't know how many guys even do that now. They kind of swing, their swing is what their swing is. And so in-game adjustments are huge for a lot of pitchers who can do that. Some guys have to go to use the video. Some guys need to watch their start. And so you learn how to do that and rely on your catcher and information, because if you moved in the box from one bat to another and I didn't notice that, I'm in trouble.
What about that call?
It's close. That's the kind of pressure you want to put on a hitter. I'd try to come right back out there and see if I could fade it just a little bit more and make that hitter think he can't take one more pitch.
He's been landing that cutter where he wants it.
He did. He went right back to it.
Spot. Ryan Yarbrough bringing it this afternoon for Tampa Bay. His team leads by a run. 3 in the books from Fenway.
My goal is to have my best year yet. You know? That's pretty much it. To have my best year I've ever had. Got him. Boy, Marlon! Dang, Doogie, you got a cannon. Dang, you got a cannon, dog. He loves it. He loves it.
Stay with it. Stay with it. Stay with it. Outfield on field. 1, 2, 3.
Outfield. Let's go ahead, BP. Best time of the day.
The Rays pounced first. They score a run in the third. Now due up in the fourth inning, Arozarena, Lau, and Diaz. And that man's part of our next poll question. Who will win AL Rookie of the Year? Yeah, hard to believe, but Arozarena did not qualify as a rookie last year, didn't play enough games. So he's on the list. So is Wander Franco, who's not on the big league squad yet. And Jared Kelenic and Ryan Mountcastle round out our 4. Let's focus our Fidelity Player Spotlight on the top prospect in all of Major League Baseball. Yes, the Rays make it to the World Series, yet the rich get richer in terms of talent. This man is coming soon to a ballpark near you.
I know a lot of them wish it was sooner, and I understand both sides of it.
Patience. And he looks like
Patience.
a special talent.
I had none of that early in my career. Practice?
Minor leagues, forget that. That's for Devers. 1 away. Here's the last at-bat from Brandon Lau as he gets ready to face Nate Eovaldi again. How did it go for him last time? Well, he struck out looking, and Eovaldi was just throwing the entire menu at him, Carlos.
Yes, you see the combination of the up fastball in the zone, paired up with the cutter, and then you see the slower curveball. Brandon Lau was in between, and like Alana was saying, you have to pick one, otherwise you're going to be in trouble.
Threw all 5 of his pitches in that at-bat.
He did, and he didn't throw them exactly where he wanted to. He got away with a couple of them, and again, a scouting report is what it is. You go on your feel, and it looks like he's just a little erratic, meaning Eovaldi, on his fastball command. The fastball command, to me, is going to be set up as other pitches and take the pressure off of it. And when you have classic get the ball down, well, you got to get ahead to get the ball down to get this guy out, because if you get behind and the ball up, he crushes. To me, pitching, I used to always want to know a couple simple things. Is the guy aggressive? Is he want to hit the first pitch? Will he take, does he want to take a walk? Because if you're not going to take a walk against me, you're out. But if you'll make me pitch, or like this at classic at bat, he didn't go up there jumpy. He made Eovaldi pitch. This is the good things that the Rays can do when you think about their walks, homers, strikeout type philosophy.
4-pitch, free
it doesn't
pass.
mean that you go up there. It doesn't mean that you go up there taking pitches, right? Smolty,
right.
As a hitter, we are waiting for a pitch we want to hit, but we have to be aggressive in the zone where we want it, and that would allow us to actually take some balls and get more walks. So it's one of those things that if you hit, you walk more. So the more aggressive you are in your zone, you will end up walking more because you're more discriminating as a hitter.
That's exactly what Lau did. 3 of the past 6 Rays hitters have reached base. That misses low to Yandy Diaz.
It's funny what you learn in this game when you play long enough, and I'll never forget one of my guys I pitched against came to me after an outing and said, "I'll never swing at your slider again." And of course I didn't believe him. He's a right-handed hitter. And I'm like, there's no way you can lay off the slider. So I faced him however many times that he never swung at my slider again. And what it indirectly taught me was I didn't want to throw my slider for a strike. I wanted it to look like a strike, end up for a ball. He taught me indirectly how to learn to throw my slider for a strike anytime I wanted, in case hitters started to have that approach. Because when a guy goes up there and swings wild at it, like, that's a good take, but that's a great pitch. And so because the count allowed him to take that pitch and spit on it, as a hitter would say, if it was the opposite of count, there's no way. If it was like 1-2, 0-1, he can't lay off that pitch. So the count and a lot of things about pitching determine whether the hitter has stress or is going to be aggressive. And you saw Arozarena, the first pitch, he determined he was going to swing out of the hand of the pitcher. It wasn't even close. It led that at bat to be 3 straight breaking balls.
Now Eovaldi has missed on 7 of his last 8 tosses.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. He's kind of slinging it like he does, but the location, he's missing too big in spots, and it's putting him in a defensive account. I love people that used to go, well, it's 3-1 fastball. Like, just throw it again, 3-2. It's not that easy to keep throwing everything where you want it.
Diaz swings through.
That was a great combination right there, Smoltz. If you watched the pitch prior to that, was that up and in fastball, and Diaz was late on it, and then he throws the slider off of exactly the same line, and Diaz is ahead of it because he remembered that he was late on the fastball on the previous pitch. And that's what you were talking about, Smoltz, that fastball command, it's so key to pitching, and right there, those last two offerings, pretty much, it's a perfect example of what good tunneling is all about.
3 4-seam fastballs, 3 sliders in that sequence against Yandy Diaz for his second strikeout of the day. Now Joey Wendell, who flew out to center field back in the second. I'll bring in some of those comments from the creators hanging out with us on YouTube today. Jolly Olive says 20-mile-per-hour difference between Eovaldi's fastball and curveball. Gross.
Well, for Wendell, and most of his strikeouts, I mean, that's the highest statistic I've seen in a long time of non-fastball strikeouts are out of the zone. So he's chasing non-fastballs out of the zone, and by a large margin, the highest in all of baseball last year. So I wouldn't, this pitch should be nowhere close to the strike zone.
He does have a little success against Eovaldi. 5 for 8 with a homer in the past. Would that mean anything to you?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's not small. Anytime a number starts with a 6 as an average, that's a pretty good representation that he sees the ball better than what the pitcher is hoping he would do. So you got to do something to change the way he sees it. See, there's the pitch right there. That's
not even close. Plawecki cleans it up. A pair of punch-outs for Nate Eovaldi in the 4th. Impressive finish to the half inning. We'll see if the Red Sox have their first answer of the day coming up in the bottom of the 4th.
Randy Arozarena used to have dreams that looked kind of like this. In them, he'd be the man in the middle of everything, treasured by his teammates and loved by his little girl.
Y ser padre es una bendición de Dios. Me siento muy contento y cada vez que juego, cada vez que pasa algo en mi carrera, en mi vida, siempre pienso mucho en ella.
When Arozarena arrived in the States, he says he wasn't comfortable showing his personality and often felt alone.
El no saber el inglés me alejó un poco de mis compañeros. Ya no podía compartir con ellos porque no los entendía.
MVP! MVP! Now he's not only one of the guys, he is the guy, living the life he once dreamed of.
Cuando yo salí de Cuba solo quería mostrarme al mejor béisbol del mundo y poder triunfar, y ahora están viendo todo mi sacrificio y mi esfuerzo que hacía todos los días para poder cumplir mi sueño.
It's 1-0 Rays after 3.5. Adding to this unique viewing experience, don't forget to check out YouTube's live game commentary featuring MLB, the Rays, the Red Sox accounts run by Will Middlebrooks today, and a select group of YouTube creators joining us. You can view the live game commentary on your computer, your mobile device. If you're watching on your smart TV, we'll be keeping an eye on the discussion throughout the broadcast. And we are featuring one special creator for this afternoon's game, a friend of MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, Giraffe Neck Mark, another new feature this year. An added focus on a single YouTube content creator featured in the live game commentary. Our creator spotlight shined on Mark Luino, better known to subscribers as Giraffe Neck Mark. An avid New York Mets fan, Mark's channel features opinionated yet informative videos about all things MLB, from jerseys and stadiums to season predictions, and the beauty of it is he's great in the chat with us, always contributing comments. Remember him from last year and the year before. And I want to make sure, Mark, that I pronounced your name right, because we've never met and I'm always calling him Giraffe Neck Mark. So in the comments, you got to lay out your pronunciation for us, and I'll make sure that I was accurate there. But thank you for joining us today. And your thoughts on the game, please, as well, as we approach the halfway mark pretty soon here, with the Rays leading 1-0. Other comments rolling in. Movie Gaming TV, tunneling for the win, and Stark Raving Sports saying pitch sequencing, really getting into it in the last half inning for Nate Eovaldi. And then we see a lot of that excellence from this soft tossing lefty as well, Ryan Yarbrough. Scoreless baseball so far. He's facing Devers, Martinez, and Bogarts, the big names for Boston coming up.
Devers wants to get rid of a little streak he's got going against left-handers that hasn't been very good. Hitless in the last 20 or so at bats against left-handers. He'll get going. He stays on the ball about as well as any youngster when he got in this league. Image of hitting Chapman 102 for a homer.
Great memory from his rookie season. Here's the longest active scoreless inning streak in baseball. Yarbrough #2 to Joe Musgrove, new member of the Padres. Yarbrough's streak goes back to September 20th. And this time Devers doesn't bite. He chased on a curveball last time for strike 3.
Here's what I think needs to change over time about baseball and pitching. Yarbrough is doing what he's doing, but he won't be given as many chances as a guy like Eovaldi, his counterpart, you know, because velocity is always going to get you to the big leagues and give you more chances. But when you have a guy that knows how to pitch, and the effectiveness that he has shown in being able to deliver soft contact, there's a spot in every team for that kind of guy. We're just not looking for it as much anymore. So I hope there's a rejuvenation of pitchers that know how to pitch but maybe can't light up the radar gun as much.
So if you're a high schooler right now and you're throwing in the mid-80s, you can get to 90 and live in this league. You don't need to get to 95.
Yeah, I think there's I agree, but again, those choices that are being made and the reward system in the game is feeding the type of pitching that we have today. But I believe it has a shelf life. I've always said it has a shelf life because it's not sustainable to, I call it RPM, red line your pitches every time, meaning if you go in a car and the tachometer in that car, there's a reason why there's a red line for your engine. Try to stay in that red line for about an hour and a half and see what happens to your engine over time. And I think pitchers are finding out, unfortunately, the hard way. It's hard to stay healthy emptying the tank every single time you pitch.
And it doesn't necessarily keep you succeeding. I mean, you can throw as hard as you want. We've seen it many times over and over again in the big leagues. Guys that throw in the upper 90s and they still get hit. And they do not have success. So it's not all about speed. It's about knowing how to pitch.
Excuse me, swing from Martinez. And after a bobble at first, Susugo is able to clean it up and hand it off to Yarbrough. Devers moves on to second.
Oh, the old spring training PFP pitcher's fundamentals. This is where a pitcher's got to be ready to go over there just in case something like that happens. You know, that play gets practiced, not quite like that, but they did a nice job cleaning it up, taking advantage of JD not being a speedster, not panicking, getting the out. Took so much pride in my defense. We forget pitchers are still a defender after they let go of the ball. Not a lot of them finish in a position to be a good defender because of the way they throw a baseball. But I tell you what, that is something that can help you win 1, 2, maybe 3 baseball games out of 30 some. That's a big deal when you're fielding your position and becoming the 9th defender, if you will, on the field.
And that would make Carlos Pena's job easier at first.
Communication and just repetition. It's key. And that's why we go to PFPs. It's not the most fun of things, but they must be done. It's a priority in spring training. And I think they should keep on doing it throughout the season. It's just not, let's do it in spring training and be done. At least maybe once a week, Smolty, get out there and do a couple of PFPs. It wouldn't hurt ball club.
Well, if I was playing with Carlos, my communication would go like this. If I'm running over to first, you better throw me the ball because I'm not running over there for my help. No. There'd be too many guys that at first base, the pitcher's running all the way over there and he waves them off. I got it.
And Carlos is one of the nicest humans on the planet. So you'd be like, sure, Smolty, no problem.
Sure, I'll let you play, Smolty, of course. I'm not going to make you come all the way over here and not give you the ball. No chance.
You're a good man, Carlos. This is Xander Bogaerts with Devers on second.
This is a tease in our industry. I'm about to give you a tease for all the viewers on YouTube. In a little bit later, whatever that works out to, we're going to show you how, when you don't communicate with your first baseman, how things can go bad.
Ooh.
And a play that I was involved in. So we'll get that to you so that you can understand the hows and the how not to.
You don't want to miss this.
Stay tuned. Bogaerts golfs it to center, and that's going to fall in front of Margot. Rounding third is Devers, and he's going to score. Xander Bogaerts evens this game up at 1 with the RBI knock.
He's just too good against left-handed pitchers right now. He's just too good in general. He's one of those simple approach, doesn't miss his pitch, but he has really had success against left-handed pitching over the course of his career. And there's that cutter that comes in, but he stays inside the ball and doesn't try to do too much. That's the key. If you got a guy trying to do too much and hit that ball over the green monster, that's an out.
It's a good point, Smolty. You see how he just kept that swing level through the zone. He doesn't rush that baseball. He hits it a little bit on the label, but because of that nice level path, he's able to still hit that, slow line drive, but still in the right trajectory. That gets the job done. How good is this guy? You know, since 2015 has been one of the best shortstops in the game.
That's the 7th hit of the series for Xander Bogaerts.
Carlos, this is the guy I wanted to ask you about. Why, for whatever reason, the last 2 years, power has clicked into his game. I mean, he's gone from decent power to what clicks for a hitter to engage the power component in each guy's career?
Approach, Smolty. You know, I've had the privilege of speaking to Vasquez about this because it seems like, just like you have observed, obviously the numbers speak for themselves, but when I was looking at his timing mechanism, it seemed like he was getting in cadence with the pitches a lot better than in previous years. And Alana asked that question earlier in today's telecast, where it's like, hey, you know, do you have to pick one or the other? You cannot be in between. Vasquez used to be one of those in-between guys. And then over the last few seasons, he said, you know what, I'm going to be ready for my fastball. Or at times, he admitted this to me, you know what, I know I'm going to get an off-speed pitch out over the plate, and I am going to commit to it. So it's all about his approach, allows you to be on time for the baseball, and when you're on time, you put healthy swings on the ball, and it translates to more power.
I mean, look at that. In 2018, light hitting catcher. Pristine reputation on defense, but he had 10 home runs in his first 4 seasons in the big leagues, and then a career high 23 all of a sudden in 2019. Two-1 offering is blasted. Christian Vázquez lives up to his new name and goes long.
On cue, Scotty, on cue. We'll see what that pitch was, but it seemed like it was something up and in. It might have been that cutter, and Christian Vázquez was ready for it. He got ready early enough to be able to get his swing in. And when we see this replay, we'll be able to see how healthy that hack was through the zone. And when you do that, you give yourself a shot. Check this out, Smolty. See if we could go to this replay and we could see what a healthy swing looks like.
And a healthy ride in the dugout. It's the new celebration. You hit a homer. You ride the roller coaster. But Carlos, here was that healthy hack.
Yeah, see the cutter inside. Vázquez takes the swing. You don't see him change his mechanics or anything to try to adjust to where the pitch is, modifying his swing to the baseball. No, he takes a healthy cut, almost like if he was hitting off the tee. Well, that is by design. He got ready for that pitch in the up and in part of the strike zone, and that's why he gets that healthy hack that we talk about.
2-run shot makes it 3-1 Boston. A homer in back-to-back contests for Christian Vázquez, and the first regular season home run allowed by Yarbrough since August 21st.
A lot of times we will see hitters kind of collapse in the backside, kind of pull off, and you may say, man, stay in there, keep your shoulder in. But in reality, what we're seeing is symptoms of being late. So when you have bad swings, the first thing you should ask yourself is, was I on time?
Margot times that up in center and sits down Renfroe. 2 outs, Christian Arroyo stepping up. Do you like that celebration in the dugout?
I've actually seen it before, and I can only think of that might be dangerous to some older guys that have to do that, but the younger guys can handle it.
You might not be able to come out of the cart.
Yeah.
Arroyo popped out to second in his first trip. Vázquez had the homer yesterday in the 9th inning off Diego Castillo. Saved the day for Boston. They end up coming back 3 times and winning in the 12th.
I don't care what anyone says. I've said it long before it happened. As you watch this celebration come flying through, I think that rule is here to stay. I think it's a great rule. I know a lot of people who played the game a long time don't like the extra inning rule, but that was a classic game last night of what can happen with the type of action starting a runner on second. That game would not have happened that way if it was under the old rules, and could have gone on for 17 innings and drained everybody's bullpen. I get that's the rub of 162 games, but the reality of what we're trying to accomplish now in baseball and the players, you know, everybody talks about the studies of keeping those people healthy as much as possible. Extra innings is, people forget about it, how hard extra innings is. And I think it's a great rule, and it turned into a fantastic game because of that rule.
Yesterday was a roller coaster ride. Back and forth battle between these two teams. Arroyo off the end of the bat. Lau didn't have to move much. And that sits down the side, but not before the Red Sox pounce. It's Christian Vázquez bashing Boston in front. 3-1 Red Sox after 4.
Here we go. Game 1 of the American League Championship Series.
This crowd really pumped for the Red Sox and the Rays.
We are finally ready for baseball in the ALCS.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Changeup. Struck him out swinging.
4-6-3 and on one pitch. Shields gets the last 2 outs of the frame.
Strike 3 called. 1 out. Cliff Floyd at the plate. Swings and misses. 4 innings are complete here at Tropicana Field. We've got no score in Game 1 of the ALCS.
So now runners at second and third for the left-handed hitting Jan Lowry.
Fly ball right field, playable for Gross. There's the catch. Tagging at third base.
Boston takes a 1-0 lead.
Swing, line drive, left field. Crawford coming on. It's off his glove. It rolls to the side.
2-0 Boston.
There's a 1-2 count. Pat peers in. He gets the sign. He kicks and he fires, and it's swung on and missed. Strike 3. Got him on a splitter to end it. The Red Sox win Game 1 of the American League Championship Series.
Nate Eovaldi is pitching with an advantage now in the 5th, and we have poll results. Rookie of the Year in the American League, Randy Arozarena, is your winner by a landslide. And as Manny Margot takes strike 1, we are going to bring in one of his teammates for our second dugout interview of the day. And we'll ask him this question too, and also a reminder to our YouTube creators, bring those questions on to Tyler Glasnow right now. Oh, perfect, there he is, the predicted
Here we go.
Rookie of the Year. Tyler Glasnow joins us right now. Tyler, so first off, what's Randy saying to you, and do you think he's gonna win Rookie of the Year as Margot swings on one to short, and Bogarts with the high throw, Dahlbeck corrals it for out number 1. Go ahead, Tyler.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier before we got on. You were saying I could chime in, and I was thinking of Randy the whole way, no doubt. Randy's my shoe-in for Rookie of the Year.
What was he saying to you just now?
I had my headphones on. I didn't even hear him. I was like, yeah, okay, sounds good.
Sure.
And also, where do I look? Where are you all at? Where am I looking?
So turn your head a little to the left, right field. There it is.
Yeah, somewhere there.
Yeah?
Right
I'm
around
looking,
there.
All right, somewhere.
Yeah, you're squared up.
All right, it doesn't matter. We're good.
You're a camera pro already. Tyler, great to have you. We'll mix in some questions for our YouTube creators too. So let's start with last night and really your season as a whole. First couple starts, but yesterday 9 strikeouts over 6 innings, 1 run. Give us your evaluation of your beginning to the season.
Yeah, it's been feeling good. I worked on a couple things in spring. It's been awesome just being with Kyle and kind of being on that everyday program, on working with kind of like new adjustments, I'd say mechanically and mentality, and then obviously like with the third pitch, it's just been nice to stay on that routine and like figure out kind of how to execute it more consistently. So I mean, I feel really comfortable right now on the mound. The last like 5 or so times I've touched the mound, I've been feeling real good. So hopefully I can just kind of keep that momentum in throughout the entire season.
Can you enlighten everyone watching on YouTube about that third pitch that's really becoming a solid weapon right away in this 2021 campaign?
Yeah. I don't know what you'd like to know specifically, but I was working on it in the offseason a little bit and like kind of farting around with some grips, and nothing really felt that comfortable. And then I flew in early to Florida to try and work with Kyle, and it was like the first bullpen we threw. Like, he's just so good at that, and I think we had so much stuff to look at as far as like the graphs and like the Edgertronic camera. So I just had like so many tools I could utilize to really try to hone in on like a grip and a feeling of it. And in a matter of like a bullpen or two, I was like, okay, I have like a pretty average slider that I can go and like compete with. And then as season went on, or as spring went on, oh yeah,
woo!
As spring went on, he apologized. Okay? That's nice of him. But yeah, as spring went on, the grip changed a little bit, and then I was like kind of becoming more comfortable with it and throwing it with more confidence. And I think now it's a pitch that I'm really comfortable with. And I think that and my heater I'm equally as comfortable throwing in kind of any count. So I just think it gives me more options and keeps hitters away from just kind of selling out and guessing and shooting their heater.
We also just showed your reaction time on that foul ball. Well done. Wow, that was quick. Yes. Tyler, you're one of my favorite interviews, but we didn't get much time with you as there's the strikeout of Kike Hernandez, or excuse me, the strikeout on the other side. And we appreciate you joining us, Tyler. Hopefully we can chat for longer next time.
Yeah, for sure. Next time, you let me know. I'm here.
Yes, you're always
Your
here.
people talk to my people. We'll figure it out.
We'll set it up. Tyler, thanks. Good luck, all right? We'll talk soon.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
That's Willie Adames down on strikes to end the inning. Nate Eovaldi not letting it breathe much, huh?
2 men on for Jason Bay.
Belted deep down the left field line into the corner. That ball is off the base of the wall.
A 2-run double. Jason Bay and the Red Sox lead 2-0.
Here is Longoria to try and make something happen.
And the 3-1 trip in the air down the left field line. It's got a chance. Back towards the corner, and Evan has tied it out.
Swing and a drive into deep left field. Going back is Crawford. Still going back. That ball is gone. It is 3-2 Red Sox.
Swing and a drive. Deep left field. How far is this one going to go? It's way out of here.
Line drive right field. Base hit. Longoria scores, and the Rays are in front.
Gone. Another home run.
Kevin Youkilis lining a home run to tie it at 5.
It's a home run. 6-5 Red Sox.
Line drive up the left field line. Relay throw. It's not in time.
That's over the catcher's glove. Quick ricochet. Throw to the plate. Not in time. A wild pitch. Ties it up.
There's a pop-up. Under him is Drew. He catches it. Perez is coming. Here comes the throw. It's all foul. And the Rays have won it.
It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Fidelity. Scott Braun, John Smoltz, Carlos Pena, and Alana Rizzo with you for the action this afternoon. Let's flash back to the 4th inning. And Ryan Yarbrough does a nice job of, wait, the hesitation, but let me cover first, John, because that's my job. When Susugo picks up the baseball and he does get the job done, that's into a glove. Sharply struck by Dahlbeck over to third. Wendell makes the catch, but it gets me thinking and reminiscing to a play from back in the day. John, do you remember this?
Yeah, communication. I tell him I got it, stay there. But it's too late. And then I'm trying to make the play of the century. I was trying to tell Julio Franco that I got it. I'm like I'm a cat on the mound. And what I thought was going to happen and what you just saw was totally opposite. I thought the bag was like 2 feet from me. And so I was going to drop, stop, and roll to the bag and make the greatest play ever seen. And unfortunately, it's the play that never goes away. And after that, the team had a lot of fun with that on the charter flight home. They showed a video for the fire department. They wanted me to be their video for drop, stop, and roll. So it is what it is. It didn't make the play, and it's a video for everyone to see what not to do.
Plawecki's hit. He'll take first. John, you're a great sport, though.
I try to be.
Your breakdown of that play is excellent. Elite. This pitch missed, and Carlos, this hurts.
Yeah, I don't care how much armor you get on. That hits you in the funny bone, and you're going to be complaining about that for at least a week. But thank God for those shields right there. Still hurts.
See Plawecki shaking it off. Earns the base. Here we are, Scott Braun, John Smoltz, Carlos Pena, Alana Rizzo at the ballpark. And we have the top of the order for Boston in Kike Hernandez. Bottom of the 5th inning, Boston leading 3-1 thanks to Christian Vazquez with a 2-run shot over the Green Monster.
I'll tell you what, Scotty, I think that Kike is going to be a huge addition for the Red Sox. He's going to see a lot more playing time than with the Dodgers. He's going to be all over the place. And this is a role that he embraces. So I think he's going to blossom over in Boston, and the fans are going to love him for it.
Alex Cora was talking to us about Kike this morning and said bigger than he was a few years ago, stronger, knows his body and his game more than ever. He has been a huge fan of Kike for years and is really excited to have him as the spark at the top of the order. He's never been a leadoff hitter, but he looks like he can fill that role quite well for Boston.
Well, the big key is going to be, I mean, he's made a swing change a couple years ago, and of course he's looking to play pepper with that wall. His new friend will be that wall, but can he stay off of a change-ups, an off-speed pitch, to where that has been his kind of kryptonite, especially against lefties.
Kike loves dancing too. Looks good playing out there.
Great personality, man. Just a great energy. Brings it every time to the ballpark. One of those spark plugs, the proverbial spark plugs that he is in that clubhouse. Is going to do more than we can quantify. And really, the Red Sox, look, if you look at the whole entire setup, they should be contending.
It's like Brady Bunch on your screen right now. We've got one more. Alana Rizzo, what can you add for us?
Well, I can tell you that Alex Cora and Kike Hernandez have a very long history together and a good relationship. He calls him Enrique because, of course, that is his first name. But Kike has been such a good piece of the Dodgers puzzle for the last 6 years. And I asked Alex Cora, I said, did you know what you were getting when Kike came to the Red Sox? He said, you know what, he's a better player than the one that he saw, meaning Alex, in 2017. He said, defensively, he's outstanding. He said, you know what, though, it's been really an eye-opener for me just how good he is defensively. An elite defender particularly at second base. He doesn't get a ton of reps in the outfield, but he says his defense out there is just as stellar as it is on the infield. And he said he's really just a great addition to the club.
And an addition that contributes at the plate. Base hit for Kike.
He can hit.
Plawecki over to second.
I don't know if he was sitting on that pitch, but he made an adjustment on that pitch. We talked about the changeup that gave him fits. You know, he's got an uppercut type swing, so the fastball is something he's not bothered by. But watch where he goes down. It's a pitcher's pitch. I mean, you take that aggressive full throttle swing, he misses that. So kudos to him and making the adjustment and getting that pitcher's pitch rewarded for a hit.
Pitching coach Kyle Snyder out to talk things over with Ryan Yarbrough. Hernandez from Puerto Rico, just like his manager Alex Cora, who is the GM for Puerto Rico in the 2017 World Baseball Classic. Kike played on that team. You know what else stands out to me? Oh, go ahead, Carlos.
You wonder what the conversation is like on the mound, because sometimes I think when pitchers get hit, we immediately say, oh, maybe he missed his spot, maybe it was a mistake, but not really. Sometimes it's just good hitting beating good pitching. And just as it is important to understand when you make a mistake, it is also important to understand when you just got beat. If you're going to be a good pitcher, you have to know the difference, correct, Smolty?
Absolutely. This is an action pitch right here. Should be a first pitch fastball.
That's the hard stuff from Yarbrough.
Well, the thing is, you know, you get reminded from your pitching coach that, hey, no big deal. We're going to get a double play right here. You're pitching fine. And there's not, with the exception of the home run, there hasn't been a bunch of balls rocketed all over. And you just need a gentle reminder to reset the brain. I call it the computer, because it can get a virus in there in the middle of the game when you start thinking negatively or thinking differently than the game plan you had going in.
Stick to the code.
Yeah.
That's a swing that Devers wanted back. Boston started this game 2 for 10 at the plate in the first 3 innings against Yarbrough. They've been cracking the code lately. 3 for their last 7, contributing to those 3 runs. Plawecki was hit by a pitch. He's in scoring position now, and Kike Hernandez following with a base hit. 1-1 to Devers. Sent to center. Playable for Margot. Starts drifting in. 2 gone in the 5th. Let's bring in StatCast 3D, powered by Google Cloud. Rafael Devers, still so young, so talented, so powerful, and he uses this ballpark, Carlos.
He does. I mean, he has this angle when he steps slightly into the bucket with his stride that allows him to let the ball travel, and he hits the ball the other way, as you can see, off of the monster, and he uses that wall to his advantage. He is tailor-made for Fenway Park, and that is precisely I see him being a pillar of this organization as far as offensive numbers are concerned, offensive production is concerned, for years to come. And he's still 24 years old. That is hard to believe with all the success he's already had.
Yeah, 24, and we're talking about Bobby Dahlbeck, who's barely seen big league time but has serious power potential. He's older than Devers. He's 25. A lot accomplished by the Red Sox third baseman already. So he was the second out. Now it's JD. Hitless this afternoon, but off to a 10 for 23 start. 2 homers, 5 doubles. And he gives that ball a ride. Deep left, will it stay fair? And it's high off the wall. And it'll score a couple runs for Boston. Plawecki comes in, so does Hernandez. And JD Martinez has himself a run-scoring double. It's 4-1 Boston.
He was slightly early on this pitch right here, but he was able to keep that barrel in the zone for long enough to get in good contact with the baseball. With that short wall, he takes advantage of it. But look how it's out in front slightly, but he's able to have that long through the zone bat path, just missing a home run. There he is, making an impact. Great start.
5-1, 2 score for Boston. JD Martinez attacking the Green Monster successfully. 11 RBIs on the season already for JD. Playing in his 6th game of the season. Boston checking in at 2-3 on the year. Swept by Baltimore. They've taken the first 2 against Tampa Bay, and they're in good shape right now in the 5th against the defending AL champs. Tampa Bay at 2 wins and 3 losses as well.
And it doesn't get any easier, Scotty. I mean, here's Sander Bogaerts, and we were talking about how he, since 2015, one of the best shortstops in the game. We're talking about batting average. Since 2015, he's first, ranking first in the big leagues. Runs, first. Extra base hits, second only to Lindor. And RBIs, first as well. And 3 Silver Slugger awards in that span. I mean, we're really watching one of the game's greats as of right now in that position.
A couple All-Star appearances, consistently great for Boston. Plays every day. And his teammate is the first player in Red Sox history with an extra base hit in his first 6 games of the season. Making up for what he calls a lost year in 2020 at the plate. Well, you know what? A lot of us want to forget 2020.
Yeah, absolutely.
Three runs in the 4th, 2 more in the 5th. 5 total for Boston. Martinez on second after driving in 2. Bogaerts seeking his 3rd hit of the day. Giraffe Neck Mark said JD standing for just doubles today. You know, I missed this.
Yeah, didn't everybody? I mean, even the players, you know, this is such a welcome, and it's hopefully going to get better as time goes on in each stadium.
Some fans are going, wait, you miss Ryan Yarborough taking his time and taking too long? Yeah, I miss the roar of the crowd, especially in Boston. Here comes that 1-2. Bogarts didn't go.
Well, the fans are like the soundtrack of the baseball game. I mean, you could just see how things, an intense moment, you can hear the crowd, the crescendo that they get behind you. Also, I love watching the reaction when a ball is hit well and goes towards the outfield and they're anticipating perhaps a home run. I love the way they get up and cheer. I mean, I really, truly missed that as a fan watching, and I can only imagine how much the players missed it.
2-2 on the ground. Nice stop, but Adames dropped the baseball. Martinez safe at third. Bogarts gets to first. Backhand pick by Adames was strong, but second half of the play, the exchange didn't happen.
I'm a first guesser and I'm a pitcher, but this still has to be a hit. This was absolutely smoked, and you see the hop eats him up. It would have taken a great throw and a good play, so we'll see how it's scored, but 2-strike hitting, keeping the inning alive. Red Sox starting to show a little bit of their old self when they were a crooked number machine, meaning they could put up a crooked number in any one of those 9 innings. Did they rule anything yet?
As soon as I receive it, it's coming at you.
Should be a hit. It should be a hit. I'm with you. That
ball
was
smoked.
Scorched.
Pick your verb.
Yes. Hey, and look at this start by Christian Vasquez. You know, I was just thinking about how good of a starter I was, or if I had really bad Aprils. I think in my career I was not typically a good starter. Man, it was tough to dig yourself out of a hole when you start off slow. But when you see these guys in the 400s with 2 home runs already, and with just a few games into the season, boy, that must feel great. It's a great spark to get your season going.
He did this last year too, Vasquez, with a sizzling first week of the season. And now drops one into shallow left, and that'll score another one for Boston. JD, come on down. It's 6-1.
He got fisted on this swing right here, but he was able to push it through. Keeping that level swing to the zone gives you a little bit more margin for error. I believe this is going to be that cutter. It does jam him, but that level swing through the zone allows him to push this baseball over the infielders in a line drive trajectory. And good hitters do that. They don't modify the swing if they're off timing. That was just right there. You got to tip your hat. Good hitting.
JD Martinez and Christian Vasquez. All the talk in Boston so far this season. 4 home runs, slugging off the charts. Waiting for the rest of the group to catch up. Like Hunter Renfroe, 0 for 2 today. Broke his bat. Serves one up here for Adames. And the throw skips away. And Bogarts comes home. It's 7-1. And here comes another. It's Vasquez. Racing around they go. Key mishap from Tampa Bay on defense. And it opens this one up.
You're not going to see this too often. This is about as routine as it gets. The batter has no real foot speed that created any stress. This is a jam ground ball to a good sure-handed shortstop, and he just takes his time, and the ball just goes straight down, and maybe a tough play on both ends to try to expect the first baseman should come up with that because it was wide of the bag. But the day that ended last night and the momentum for the Red Sox, you could argue, is carried forward into this short turnaround game this afternoon.
Alana, what else can you tell us about that last play?
Well, guys, just a couple of defensive miscues here by the Tampa Bay Rays, and we all had the conversation earlier today with Rays manager Kevin Cash about how important it is for his ball club to be able to defend the baseball when it is in play. He said with the altered baseball in this season, we figure to have fewer home runs or balls in the air. He said you absolutely have to catch the baseball. We must defend and not have sloppy plays with the glove.
Alana, while we have you, what's the scene like out there, too?
It's awesome. You guys were just talking about the crowd and whether they're cheering for you or jeering against you. It's so nice to have a fan base, albeit at a small capacity, back in the ballpark. They make such a huge difference, and the players absolutely thrive off of having them back.
And the fans are loving this inning for Boston. Christian Arroyo delivers and scores another for the Red Sox to make it 9-1.
I could continue on the fan thing, that court. And guys, just to continue on about the fan experience, when I was talking to Alex Cora earlier today, I joked with him. I said, I understand you got off to an early start. He stopped me in my tracks. He said, Alana, there is no early start when you play in Boston. He said, we know where we live. We know where we play. We know the expectations of this fan base. He said, you know what? It's actually a good learning experience for the new guys, the new members of this Boston Red Sox club that perhaps haven't played in an atmosphere or with an expectation from a fan base like this. He said, you know what? It reminds us that they're going to be loud. He said, my job as a manager is to keep the dugout and the clubhouse quiet.
And the fans are loud and feeling it after a 6-run inning continues.
Yeah, you got to feel for Mr. Yarbrough. He has not given up a ton of hard hit balls in the last couple, but many would question why he's still out there. Well, the extra innings and the long season, he has a ton of pitches. It's just a tough one to swallow when you're on the bad end of a 9-1 and you're still in the game. You're trying to get that last out and reset the game for whoever's going to come in next.
Bobby Dahlbeck started this inning a million years ago, lining out to Joey Wendell. Colin McHugh looks like he'll follow Ryan Yarbrough.
Be curious to see what type of exit velocities these hits have produced, because like Smoltz was saying, not a lot of hard hit balls in this inning, but baseball is interesting how sometimes momentum shifts, and after last night's game, you know, it just seemed like the Red Sox, everything is going their way.
It's tough to give anybody 6 outs in an inning. 5 outs you could say has been recorded in this inning, but the 3rd out hasn't officially been made.
Let's see if it happens here. Dahlbeck is retired. That ends the inning. 6 runs for Boston. I think the Red Sox account in the chat right now put it well. Confirmed. We're having a good time. Indeed.
So with 2 on and 1 out, here is Deanna Navarro. Navarro 295 during the regular season.
Now the pitch is swinging a ground ball to second, heading for the plate, and scoring is Longoria.
Navarro is out, but the Rays are on the scoreboard.
Fastball, there's a high drive, deep into left center field, way back there, and it's over everything. A 3-run homer for Upton. 4-0 Tampa Bay.
2-2 count. Driven left center field and deep as well. That one's got a chance to go, and it does.
And Longoria extends the Tampa Bay lead now 5-0.
With 1 out in the 8th, the Rays lead 5-1, and here's Rocco Baldelli.
There's a swing, and there's a high drive to left field. That one is way back there. That ball is gone.
And the Rays have busted the game open in the 8th inning.
Here's a swing by Pena and a high drive deep into left center field. That one is way back there. That one is still going. It's gone.
3-2 pitch, swing and a fly ball left field. Back goes Crawford at the edge of the track. He has it, and this one is over. The final, Tampa Bay 9, the Red Sox 1. The Rays lead the series 2-1.
What'd they give? They give that a hit? It'd be 3 for 3 if it's a hit. Bogarts was a hit.
New to the MLB Game of the Week for the 2021 season is the YouTube Player of the Game. Fans watching on mobile devices and computers can vote for which player will receive a trophy during the post-game show, so stay tuned. We'll have polling options later in the show. Oh, this is our first look at the trophy. That's nice. That almost looks too good to be true. That's an amazing job. Look at the architecture to put that together. John, what do you think?
Trophy, yeah. Add it. Someone's going to add it, right?
Yeah, and you'll keep it.
It's not digital. It's actually physical.
That's right. It almost looked digital. Yeah. Perfectly done by YouTube, as we're bringing it here digitally today to a global audience. That is a physical trophy that will be handed out after the game. I'm going to make a very educated prediction and say that trophy will probably land in the hands of a Boston Red Sox player.
That's a good prediction so far.
I like to play it safe.
Very bold.
Thanks, Los. We'll see how the Rays respond here in the 6th. Long break for Nate Eovaldi before he steps back up. He's only 66 pitches into his outing, though.
Very rewarding break. You know that if a team's going to take that long to score, that you're given room for error, and that you just have to mentally check back in as quick as you can when you get on the mound.
6 runs off 5 hits, 1 error, and a hit by pitch, all in that 5th.
It's a learned trait. People say all the time, hey, pitch like it's 1-0. Well, you know it's not 1-0. It's now 9-1. You have to train yourself to, I call it white noise, to not pay attention, to say, if you go out to the mound and go, I've got room for 3 errors now, you know, I can make 3 mistakes, then you're in trouble. But you try your best to go out there and get the first. I always thought when a team scored me 5 runs or more, or it was a long inning, the first hitter, I don't care what happened to the second hitter, the first hitter was going to be made an out. That was my only objective, and then you go piece it together after that.
So that means a big pitch coming up for Eovaldi here. For him personally.
Yeah,
in the game, he'll be okay.
Yeah, it's interesting he stayed away from the velocity aspect with this guy based on the information that everybody gets to see. There it is.
Climbs the ladder to put away Tsutsugo. Alana, what do you have?
Well, another K for Eovaldi, guys, and coming off of his opening day outing, or his first outing of this season, he said he had a good mix of the repertoire, and really Alex Cora just said, you know what, it's a bit of a tough luck loss for him considering the lack of run support he received in his first outing, and he was hoping today that Eovaldi could give him about 100, 110 pitches, 6 or 7 innings. Right now, just sitting at a very efficient 69 on the pitch count, so doing exactly what his manager was hoping for.
Yeah, he's retired 6 in a row. 4 of those hitters via strikeout. Now Austin Meadows, ooh, bringing it. And he'll grunt sometimes, so you heard that.
There's no doubt. Look, the one thing that he's been able to do over the last couple of innings is start guys off with curveballs. You see the arsenal, cutter, curveball, splitter. That curveball is such a break in the tension of speed for a hitter. That's why he could throw that almost at will for strikes. It may not be his wipeout pitch with 2 strikes, but he gets ahead with it.
And that's shipped to center. Kike Hernandez is going to play that off the wall, barehanded. And that's a double for Meadows.
Kike's just habit forming. There's nobody on, and he's trying to deke like he might have had that ball to effectively. The runner is not going to change his mind. He knows as soon as he hit that ball. You know, as when we came in as the national team, we of course didn't hit, but every pitcher wanted to take BP to just see what was that wall like and how easily it was reachable, and what did you have to do to launch it over the wall to get a home run. When I took BP here, I was so disappointed because I realized as a pitcher, the hitter has a tremendous advantage with that wall, that I stopped taking BP because I didn't want that to be in my head when I went out to the mound. And ironically, as a visiting pitcher, you mentioned at the top of the hour how I played for the Red Sox, although be it short. I did not give up an earned run, and think in 29 innings as a visiting pitcher against that lineup because they struck fear into you. I undid that so fast as a home pitcher. I might have given up 29 runs in a short period of time, but I tried to use that visitor mindset like, hey, I've had success here. That'll work. Well, it didn't. So I wish it were different. Come to find out, to make matters worse, when I went to St. Louis and finished my career there, I was tipping my pitches, which does not help the problem when you're giving up a lot of runs and hits.
Rosarena just as frustrated as you there, John. Scott Barry, the home plate umpire, with the call there. He went around.
Yes, he did. But as I learned about this organization, even though it was short, the rich history is phenomenal. The way they treat every player as a family is phenomenal. And the crowd and the fan base loves their Red Sox. And we talked earlier about, even with Alex Cora, about getting on the wrong side, if you will, is not a fun place to be in Boston. Getting on the right side is a euphoric place to be, because they will love you to death if you're putting in the time, the effort, and the results, of course.
Hugs, free beverages, all of that, all around the city.
I'm going to share one quick story, and I know it's a broadcaster's not supposed to do this with 2 outs. I got there, my first week was my car in a parking lot was packed with all my stuff going to Pawtucket. I read a sign on the door that says you should not be parking where you're parking, go back. It was up on the tow truck in 3 minutes. This guy was ready to take my car and everything away, and I was trying to get his attention. He would have nothing of it. He was, can't you read, and I'm taking your car. Well, I mentioned Pawtucket. I said, I have to get to Pawtucket tomorrow, and his head turned around. He goes, are you with the Red Sox? I said, yes, sir, I am. My car was down. We were best of friends within 5 minutes. And I got to retrieve all my stuff, but it was about to start really bad for my short career there in Boston.
Sir, John Smoltz here, future Hall of Famer.
I didn't want to name drop, and I didn't, but I was worried, like, can he physically take me in the car with my stuff on the tow truck? I was getting in the car.
That's a great story. That's ball 4 to Lau on 4 pitches.
When he went home and realized who you were, Smoltz, he probably was kicking himself. Like, what in the world? Did I just embarrass myself?
He was doing his job. I couldn't believe how quickly he was doing his job. Like, it was literally 5 minutes.
Efficient. He was efficient.
He was efficient.
He was going to impact the Red Sox. You were going to
I was done. I would have had no idea what to do. I had everything that I owned at that time that was going to be in Boston. In that, I had a Suburban, and it was so shocking, but then relieving afterwards to be able to go to Pawtucket and start my rehab.
Saved by the Sox. 2 on for Yandy Diaz, and Eovaldi blows 98 right past him.
Nice and easy too. It's so effortless. You know, he's definitely got a lot of power behind that fastball. And a lot of us sometimes even wonder, I'm like, wow, you know, Eovaldi's got the stuff to be elite in the league. And I thought he's mixed his pitches extremely well. If he continues to do so, he's going to have a good year.
Yeah, the key, Carlos, for him is, of course, for every pitcher it's healthy. But if his hand deviates at all to the tilt side on the side of the ball, his 98 doesn't mean 98. When he stays on the ball, even though it's a low 3/4, then the extra hop, and it can vary from pitch to pitch. It's a mechanical key that he is trying to work on. When he stays behind the ball, there's nobody that throws it like he does, like that.
Woo! 99, Nate Eovaldi. Spots it up, retires Diaz, strikes out the side in the 6th. 7 on the day for Eovaldi.
Fenway Park, the site for Game 4. The Rays have won the last 2 games of this series, putting up big offensive numbers in that stretch.
Now the pitch, swinging a drive towards the monster in left center field. Back of the ball goes Bay, looking up, and Pena has hit it out. And right away, the Rays take a 2-0 lead.
Longoria drives one deep left. That one's going to go. Back-to-back bombs for the Rays.
The crowd, which was quieted early last night, is quieted again here in the top of the first.
There's a high drive down the left field line, very deep, on its way. That ball is gone. Whoa, what a shot.
And the Rays lead grows to 5-0 here at Fenway.
It is 10-1 Tampa Bay.
Well, you can bet the Red Sox are glad there's an off day tomorrow.
Line drive, another hit. Ibar has a 5 RBI night tonight.
1-2 pitch, good night. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And the Rays have taken a 3-1 lead in the American League Championship Series.
Yo no sé ni cómo agarré eso. Eso cayó en el guante. Porque tengo un micrófono y cantaron.
Le dio.
No, pero yo tenía entendido que si yo estoy abajo de la bola ahí para agarrarla y alguien le mete la mano.
Le dio.
¿Eh? No.
The great Randy Arozarena mic'd up today.
Do you want me to take this, or should we go to Carlos?
I'll go to Carlos.
Okay, let's go.
Hey, Carlos, can you translate? John's still thinking about it.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I mean, he was talking about the fact that he has no clue how that ball, the one that was down in foul territory, got into his glove. He just went after it, and then he's talking to Willie Adames saying, what happened? I mean, I thought that if I got underneath the ball and I had it, then we're okay. And Adames saying, no, someone touched it, so it does not count. And he was just perplexed, like, what do you mean? I was underneath that ball, and I caught it.
John, that's what you were going to say, right?
I was going to say, basically, I understand the letter of the rule. I just don't conceptually understand how that can't be an out.
Yeah, I'm with you. It was entertaining. It was skilled. JD came back out. And Yarbrough still got the job done, but later faltered against Boston. Colin McHugh
We're going to have to revisit
in there
and
now.
revise that rule, by the way, guys, right?
I think we should.
We should. I mean, it just does not seem fair.
Colin McHugh is the, again, on the opposite spectrum of Yarbrough, the right-hander who can spin the ball and create deception. He doesn't have an exertion that looks like he's emptying the tank, but he knows how to pitch, spin it, locate it. He's coming back from some injuries. Of course, he had time with the Astros and some success there with teaching him how to spin the baseball, and his ability to spin it is really good.
And he has a lot in his arsenal, too. Four-seam fastball, cutter, curveball, changeup, sinker, slider.
I know we fall in love with the output of information of what a spin rate means, but I'm of the mindset, like, I couldn't teach you how to throw my slider spin rate. I could teach you how to throw my slider. What comes naturally to a pitcher is a gift. And some guys have been able to improve and get the velocity. I can teach anybody to throw a ball harder. Whether or not that translates to success for them is going to be based on their athleticism and their mechanics. But spinning a baseball and changing directions is not everybody can do it. If everybody could do it, they'd all have similar type pitches. But the technology that we have to try to emulate and simulate those things are phenomenal. I mean, that never existed. You know, the Trevor Bauers of the world that basically have been able to inundate himself with all that information and transform him into a pitcher that has now 4 or 5 pitches, whereas 15 years ago you'd be what you are, you know.
Yeah, it worked for McHugh. I mean, he didn't really pan out with the Mets, and then a waiver claim by the Astros. They said, hey, why don't you stick with more of that spin?
Yeah.
And it really made his career. Get exclusive content and highlights from your favorite team, the Tampa Bay Rays. head on over to youtube.com/Rays and hit that subscribe button today. Rays fans, there's your spot, youtube.com/Rays. And Plawecki sends one deep to left, and that is caught. Austin Meadows to the track, makes the catch. One gone.
You know, what's amazing about our game, whether it's on the hitting side or the pitching side, when somebody opens up a door for you, and what they mean is opens up a venue for success or a thought process you wouldn't think, it changes certain guys' career. I'll never forget throwing the way we were taught to throw. You never threw what's called a front door slider to a right-handed hitter. When I learned how to do that, it was so incredibly life-changing that you throw out some of the theories based on the time frame you're pitching in. When you throw, you know, lefties used to never throw a lefty on lefty changeup, or righties used to never throw. When you start evolving as a player and see what certain teams or philosophy can give you a chance for success, it changes.
Hernandez, hot shot past the infield, and he's aboard. Back-to-back base hits for Kike Hernandez after an 0-for-2 start.
That's twice already that I've seen Kike Hernandez, the previous at-bat, hitting an off-speed pitch, and then right here all over this slider. And Smoltz mentioned that perhaps he was sitting on the changeup in the previous at-bat. He was certainly sitting on this slider. He did not look fooled at all, even though, like we were talking about it, it's a very devastating one. But when you know that it's coming and you get ready for it, you get healthy swings like that one.
Yeah, especially if it's in the wrong location where it stayed middle like that one did. I've heard you hitters talk about, Carlos, how sometimes it can be dangerous when you sit on a pitch. That means you're sitting on a pitch, you see it, and you think you have to swing. There's a difference between sitting on a pitch and getting it in the spot you want. That's totally different than just seeing it and automatically thinking you have to swing.
That is absolutely right. And that is why when you are sitting on a pitch, you got to have a trajectory in mind. You have to visualize, where does this ball need to start in order for me to offer at it? Well, if it's that slider, it certainly has to start maybe letter high, most definitely above your waist. Otherwise, it should be an automatic take.
Devers just fouled that ball off his leg.
I can honestly say, however many hits or however many at-bats I've had, I was never good enough to foul a ball off my body. And I'm sure, Carlos, you have plenty of examples of what that feels like.
In Spanish, we call it a dog bite. It feels like a dog pretty much just bit a big piece off of your leg. It hurts like crazy. And right now you see him back in the box, but that thing is throbbing.
Up the middle, but nowadays there's often a man there. And Devers is retired. So Colin McHugh comes on and does his job for Tampa Bay. Huge day for Boston, though. Double-digit hits for a third consecutive game. 9-1 Sox.
Sox, the defending world champions, are teetering on the brink of elimination tonight. Swing and a high fly ball, hammered left field. B.J. Upton hits another home run.
The power surge for the Rays continues.
And now it is 5-0 for the third game in a row here at Fenway. The Rays have 5 on the board by the third inning.
BJ has had a coming out party in his LCS.
That one is off the monster. It's a double for Upton.
And the Rays may be finishing off the Red Sox in the 7th inning. Pedroia dumps it into right field for a base hit. Red Sox finally get on the board. Ortiz hits a high fly ball right field. It'll come down with a 3-run home run.
Swing and a drive. Track. Whoa, 1-run game.
Swing, line drive, right field, base hit. The Red Sox have tied it.
J.D. Drew with a chance to win this one for the Sox.
3-1. Swing, line drive, right field. We're going to Tampa.
Can you believe it?
We're back in Boston. Red Sox up big. Time for our next poll question. Which player has the best dance moves? 2 Rays in the mix, Arozarena and Brett Phillips, who both put on a show in the playoffs last year, a dance-off show, basically. And Kike Hernandez is on this list, so is Andrew McCutchen, who has smooth moves. Well, this is a good one. I want to see if we can impact the vote, too. So, John, you're going to have to make a selection. I want an early pick. Carlos, you first, actually. Give us a pick, and then let's see how things go in about an inning from now when we get the results.
I'm going to have to go with Arozarena. I mean, you just saw in an earlier piece we did in today's show, and he was just breaking it down, Scotty. So I think he most definitely has the best dance moves in the league.
Here's Kevin Prado, who debuted yesterday, called up for Kevin Kiermaier, who's on the shelf. Smoltzy, your selection?
Yeah, it's got to go. Same pick.
Yeah.
There he is.
He's got the hairdo to go along with it.
Just not no reason to dance just yet. With a 9-1 deficit. Looking to change things here.
Ooh. That's a case right there. It just, that pitch was on the hitter so fast, I don't even think he had a chance to swing at it, and that'll be viewed as a good take. I would question. I just don't think he had a chance.
And he works a walk. All right, so let's run through our candidates. Andrew McCutchen.
Let's break it down.
The veteran. Give us the
Very
breakdown,
smooth.
Carlos.
Yeah, Kike right here. They're very peculiar moves, and Arozarena, it's a little bit more, he even raps to it. He's got some lyrics behind that dance. I just think Arozarena brings more to the equation. Kike's circular motion, I'm not a big fan of that. And the one giving them a good competition, it has to be McCutchen. Oh, what a play.
Yeah, it's Mike Brasso bouncing into 2.
That's a bigger pitch than we're going to give credit for. He's at 90, right? And that double play with 2 outs in the 7th actually gives him an opportunity to pitch the 8th fairly easy. And talking to Alex Cora, that would be a dream scenario, even though it's early in the year. The pitching staffs of baseball are going to be used at the highest rate ever, I think, this year because of the fear of last year's short season and the unknown who's going to be able to pitch innings this year.
Now Mejia, weak ground ball. Look at Nate Eovaldi. Excellent day. First pitching in a tight game. Now it's all Red Sox, and he still has his A+ stuff this afternoon. Boston 9, Tampa Bay 1. Let's stretch.
The Rays and the Boston Red Sox get ready to play game number 6 of the American League Championship Series.
The Red Sox in game 6. They've been pretty good in these situations in the past.
Upton swings and he crushes one. High and deep to left center field. It hits the catwalk. 1-0 Tampa Bay.
There was no question about that.
Swing and a drive by Youkilis, deep left center field. That ball is gone, and Kevin Youkilis has tied the game.
Ground ball up the middle. They make the play at first. Pedroia scores. Red Sox take a 2-1 lead.
Swing and a high fly ball. That's going to go. Home run. Jason Bartman has tied the game.
Veritek hits it on a line to right center field. It is back at the wall. It's gone.
Swing, line drive in the right center field. That's in there. Base hit.
It's 4-2 Boston.
Called third strike.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Swing, line drive, caught by Youkilis. There's a game 7 tomorrow night.
This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by Fidelity. We're in Fenway Park. It's the Red Sox all over the Rays today. Finishing up a 3-game series, Boston going for the sweep, and Red Sox fans, this is for you for an inside look at the Sox. Check out youtube.com/Red Sox. Be sure to subscribe for all of the latest videos. Martinez, Bogarts, Vazquez due up for the Sox. Colin McHugh back to work in the 7th. JD with a healthy dose of doubles so far this season. About a week's worth of games.
You know, you can't say this for every team and every player, but I really felt coming into the start of this first 10 to 14 games, it was essential for the Red Sox to have a good feeling about their first 14 games. And boy, oh boy, after going 0-3 in their first 3, you could just start to hear what the season was going to be like, what they're writing about, and the pressure and all the things. This turnaround is huge for the Red Sox, not for every team, because every team can rely on their balance and strength of their roster. The Red Sox are going to have to piece this thing together from a pitching standpoint all year. Offensively, I think they're going to be okay. So I've been in too many clubhouses where you sense like, hey, we got to win this game, and someone will say, it's only game 7. Like, no, we got to turn it around, because the feeling you have leaving spring training and the feeling you had last year was not a good one from a Red Sox nation standpoint and from a player personnel.
Yeah, it's not like the Dodgers. If the Dodgers didn't start out well, you'd be like, okay, whatever, they'll be fine. There's Joseph Odom, by the way, new catcher in for Mejia.
And like the Rays, as we talked about during this game, are built for 26-plus players to get through the year, because they're built on a system that has to rely on more pieces, because financially they're not in the neighborhood of some of the other clubs. Well, the Red Sox, I don't want to say it's a total rebuild, because that's not the case, but you look at where they came from and where they are now, it's a total shell of themselves from a pitching standpoint. So they're going to have to find some diamonds in the rough. They're going to have to find some performances that they didn't see coming for them to be competitive all year in a division that has arguably gotten better this year with what the Rays did last year, what the Jays did in the offseason.
It is a popular topic of discussion when you think about the lower.
That's Cordero.
Bullet to right field.
And fielded on a bounce by Brasso, who just recently checked into the game. And Franchi Cordero contributes a single. We have another mic'd up player. He's the man who's about to step up, Christian Vazquez.
Let's go, baby. Boom, boom.
Can you translate that one, John?
You know what I can translate? I'm so scared to death of those elbow things.
Oh, ever since Cody Bellinger,
every
right?
time I see it, I'm like, there's some big, strong donkeys that would take my shoulder right off.
It did to Cody Bellinger last year in the playoffs.
I don't know.
Separated his shoulder.
And Vasquez didn't say much on that, except for "Vamos, let's go." But I think the one thing that it's universal, I mean, every language understands this, is the crack of the bat, right? That was loud, period.
Perfect translation, as usual, Carlos.
Indeed.
You could translate Spanish, baseball, bat.
Oh, yeah, I know how to speak that language.
Yes, you do, and you did it well for many years.
My favorite.
Cordero on for Vazquez. By the way, you're going to get a lot more of that audio. Here's your teaser, John, on a show called Play Loud that's coming soon to YouTube. All of those players mic'd up, all the good stuff. Fans always saying, what did he say there? What did he say there? You're going to get a lot more of that on YouTube, so stay tuned. Not for this game, but stay tuned. Keep an eye on MLB's YouTube channel.
I was mic'd up in the Champions Tour US Open that I briefly played in.
Yeah, how did that go?
It didn't go good or well at all for me, but I wanted to give a perspective, honestly, to people who sit at home like 1,000 people saying, oh, I could have shot that, I could have done that. No, you couldn't have. And no, you won't. But it was a lot of the players on the tour actually suggested I shouldn't do it. I said, listen, I really don't have a chance to make the cut. This is an unbelievable experience of my life, one of the biggest thrills of my lifetime, and I just really want to be able to give to people what it's like when you're playing in golf, because we don't get a lot of sports are starting to get more integrated with technology, and you can hear that kind of bantering, the talk between you and your caddy.
Vasquez strikes out.
And obviously being on TV, I knew which lines were going to get on TV and which weren't, but I was sincere. I wasn't trying to make them up for the sake of that. And I can remember the one time I ran into bogey after bogey after bogey, and I said to my caddy, I cannot believe the manager's leaving me in this game. What are they thinking? How could they not bring in the lefty or take? But in golf, you just don't get to come out.
It's all on you. That's why you love the game, though.
I do love it.
Well, the manager probably left you in because he knows it can get worse. For example, if that would have been me, it probably would have been bogey, double bogey, bogey, double bogey. He's like, all right, we'll leave Smoltz in for sure, no problem.
Yeah, for Carlos or me, they might have kicked us off the course eventually, so that would be our manager pulling us from the game.
You know, honestly, what I learned from that, and I never experienced this in my baseball career, I can honestly say I was never nervous to the point of not being able to swallow or spit or feel like I couldn't perform in baseball. I stood on that first tee, and it was just anxiousness of things that I knew I wasn't as talented or in that arena that I was in. And I said for the first time, if I can now appreciate what other players or athletes feel like when they're out of their element. When you're out of your element in your comfort zone, it causes a breathing problem. It causes an execution problem.
Oh, yes.
And the next thing you know, you're having to talk yourself into certain things. And so it was a valuable teaching lesson for me. Even though my playing career was done, I was so thankful that didn't happen to me as a player, and as a, for whatever it's worth, whatever I can play in golf, it'll serve me better the next time I'm in that situation.
Renfroe broke his bat. Nice stop by Tsutsugo, and McHugh covers for the out. That'll do it for the 7th, and the Red Sox have more scoring against Tampa Bay today.
Here's Pedroia. That ball is gone! A home run, and the Red Sox lead.
So it will be Boston left-hander Lester, who is truly one of the league's best when he is on.
And he takes care of Pena. 9 up, 9 down for John Lester.
Here's Matt Garza for the Rays.
Got him swinging on a fastball, and Matt Garza has struck out 6.
Line down the right field line. Will it stay fair? It will.
Here comes the throw from Pedroia. Not in time. The Rays have tied it up.
Base hit left field. Rays lead.
Swinging a high fly ball. Way back and gone.
Bases loaded for Boston in the 8th inning. 2 outs.
The season on the line in the hands of David Price.
What a spot to put this young man. Check swing. He strike way. And the Red Sox leave the bases loaded in the 8th inning.
Jed Lowry, the final hope for Boston in the 9th. Ground ball to second. Iwamura's got it. Rays are going to the World Series.
His backer is. We welcome you back to Fenway Park, and Nike and several MLB clubs have come together for City Connect jerseys. And we all know a couple of last years, they've been able to do the Players Weekend jerseys, and now a different element in terms of being able to connect with your city. It's developed in partnership with MLB clubs. Nike MLB City Connect series celebrates the bond between each club and its city. These are the ones that the Boston Red Sox are going to be wearing on Patriots Day over, of course, the Boston Marathon weekend. And it's just, actually, they've postponed it this year because of COVID. It's supposed to be in October if they are actually able to run the marathon. But the inaugural season of these MLB City Connect will feature 7 clubs right now. The Diamondbacks, the Red Sox, which you're looking at right now, the Cubs, the White Sox, the Dodgers, the Marlins, and the Giants. And hopefully, over the course of the next couple of years, all of the teams will have these City Connect jerseys. Kind of looks a little bit like Boston Red Sox and UCLA, guys.
Yeah, Alana, and I'm thinking about the Boylston Street finish line. Gold and blue. Unique. And there are a lot of nooks and crannies to this uni as well, the 617 area code. Here we go. Poor
Pretty
Carlos. We'll mail you one, okay?
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm feeling so left out. Those are beautiful. They look really cool.
I love the hats too.
Yeah, I'm partial to hats for a lot of reasons.
You want this? Really well done though. Here's your 617.
Yep. Area code.
Well, you know Carlos.
Yeah,
Spends a lot
I
of
had
your
one of those for a
childhood
long
in the
time.
area. Yep.
Yes.
But also, it's the finish line sketch feel to Boston too.
Yeah.
Holding it up well.
It's
There
sharp.
you go. How'd I do?
It does have the UCLA feel.
Which are great colors, very unique colors to baseball too. It's funny, I was just talking to Buck Showalter the other day about unique baseball uniform colors, and those were 2 of the colors we brought out. You don't see a lot of yellow, and you don't see a lot of that shade of blue.
Yeah.
So to see that combination is unique, and it has ties to the iconic weekend in Boston with Patriots Day coming up. Clever, creative, I love it. You can grab those. On sale soon.
It's amazing going through when you sell your house, you go through everything that you acquire, and you acquire more than you ever need. But I went through my memorabilia room and I just forgot. I mean, 21 years is a long time, but I forgot how many different jerseys I pitched in. Like the amount of jerseys and throwbacks and all the different styles that, you know, I mean, now it's
not like you pitched for a million teams.
No, I'm just talking about with the Atlanta Braves. It was
Adames. Easy fly ball for JD Martinez in right field, moving over across the outfield now. We have a poll result coming your way. Best dance moves. Kike Hernandez wins. You know, Boston showing up in a big way on the poll. Boston players dominating, so is their team. Alana, you covered Kike Hernandez for years with the Dodgers. Would he take your vote as well?
I mean, I can only say yes because I spent the last 6 years covering him as far as his dance moves and his shenanigans in the dugout. Oftentimes I would be doing my pre-game, pre-first pitch hit, and he'd behind me doing all of these different shenanigans. He is absolutely a character. There used to be dance-offs between he and Yasiel Puig, so you had the Puerto Rican and the Cuban going at it in the dugout. Yes, I can't say the other 3 are not good. I haven't had as much experience covering those dance moves.
Yeah, Kike steals the show, sometimes literally, jumping on screen when you least expect him. He's fun. He's versatile. Susugo to first. That's for Dahlbeck.
pitcher wanted no part of that. So that's what it's first baseman. Yeah.
This is Josh Taylor in relief of Nate Eovaldi. Let's a look at your defensive setup, and the shift is on. And they've really switched things up in the outfield. Martinez from left to right. Cordero's in the game in left, and Renfroe playing center. Still with that same infield to start the day. Arroyo at second, Dahlbeck at first, and your usual on the left side. Kike Hernandez at short.
Yeah, and that's where the Red Sox are going to have to get used to positioning and playing defense a little bit better than they're used to, because they had an outfield not too long ago that was as good as anybody's, and none of those guys are here. So when you're talking about JD playing outfield, Renfroe playing outfield, he's got a cannon, but the park, other than in Colorado, I don't think there's a more important park to play defense outfield-wise than Fenway. There's so much room from center to right. Now, left is its own problem. That it'll be very interesting to see how Alex Cora navigates that part of their club and whether that translates into some of their success or failure based at the end of the year.
And you think back to 2018 when they won it all, and they had 3 center fielders out there.
And I, you know, people used to always say, and they say today, if you had to draft a right fielder between Aaron Judge and Mookie Betts back in the day, and I said it totally depends on where they're playing, because I'm taking Mookie Betts in Fenway, but I'm also taking Aaron Judge in Yankee Stadium, because Mookie Betts in Yankee Stadiums, the impact's not the same.
Bobby Dahlbeck's making a name for himself at first base. A vacuum and a 1-2-3 inning for Josh Taylor to sit down the side in order.
Hanging tough. What an at-bat going here. The swings against the fastball get better and better for Brasso. 3-2. Brasso sends one into left field. Gardner going back, and it is up and gone. Mike Brasso has homered, and the Rays have a 2-1 lead. What a moment for Brasso.
Here is a shot into right center field. This ball is back at the wall. He's got another. And the all-time record for home runs in a single postseason with number 9. That ball was tattooed.
Jansen a strike away. The 1-2 pitch. And Phillips is cashed in. A base hit back up the middle. Here's Kiermaier to score. The ball's mishandled. And now they've got Arozarena to run down. Arozarena scores and the Rays have won the game. Santa Maria.
Who do you think will dominate the 2021 season? Make your picks and compete to win $50,000 with MLB Season Pick'em. See rules and enter at MLB.com/seasonpick'em. And download the MLB app to get in-game video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and much more. Gotta love the app. And it's our first game of the season live on YouTube. We're presented by Fidelity today. Scott Braun, John Smoltz, Carlos Pena, and Alana Rizzo with you this afternoon. Boston well on their way to sweep city of a very talented Tampa Bay team after being swept by the Orioles to open up their season. That's baseball.
No, it is, but that's also how delicate the mental side of this game can be because of the twists and turns and just the narrative changes. I used to laugh about opening week every year. Talk radio, I mean, you come out and the greatest team I've ever seen, or this team's done. Like, you can't make any definitive statement until 21 days to a month. That's who you become. In 30 days, that's the team you're going to be. It's rare that you have these, unless they make a bunch of changes. But this is what I always think, and I'd like to hear Carlos think as a former player too. You leave spring training, you know the warts of your team. You know everything about your team, and you just hope they don't get exposed early enough to people go, uh-oh. And so the combat of the teams that are the best are the ones that have the least deficiencies, and they can cover them. But during that whole run that we had, we knew one thing was constant. We're going to outpitch you. And can we play good enough defense, score enough runs? So I always think that break between spring training and the regular season, the identity of your team, what is it? Does it improve? Does it get exposed?
Yeah, it's one of those things that you know exactly where your strengths and weaknesses are. And in a long season, 162 games, if you have weaknesses, they will be exposed for sure. You know, and with the Rays, they're going to have to wheel and deal. They're going to have to utilize their 26 players. This ball
Arroyo
stays in the
flies
yard.
out to left. Yep.
And, you know, when you look at the way that they go about their business, it's just trying to be cost effective. As a low market team, if you consider the Rays, they declined Charlie Morton's $50 million option, you know, but they signed Chris Archer, Rich Hill, and Michael Wacha for a combined 12. For actually less, they're getting 3 for 1. And that's the way they operate. And these guys could be contributors. So you know they're going to be in the mix somehow, some way. And Small's talking about the identity of a ball club. That's their identity. They need all 26 players to contribute somehow, some way.
Big cut and a miss from Bobby Dahlbeck. Took the league by storm last year. 8 home runs in 23 games. A burst of strength. Oh for 10 in the first series against Baltimore. Did not start the last 2 games. But he was coming off a hot spring too. 7 home runs. He led the Grapefruit League. And Carlos, you know, sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes it doesn't mean much.
Right. I mean, we were talking about the fact that this is a long season, and maybe you get off to a good start, it doesn't mean much, or you get off to a bad start, doesn't mean much. But what would we prefer? We prefer to get off to good starts.
That would help.
No doubt about it.
It's a good game for Dahlbeck, his second hit of the day. And Los, you've had some springs where you were tearing it up and then you start slow, right? And you've had some springs where couldn't find it, and all of a sudden you found it just in time for opening day.
Yes, I have two examples of that come immediately to mind. My rookie season with the Oakland A's. This is 2002. I'm showing my age. I had a horrible of spring training, horrible. And then as soon as the bell rung, the lights were on, and the season started, I went off. I had an unbelievable April and won Rookie of the Month in April with 7 home runs. That's a bullet.
Yes, it is, off the bat of Kevin Plawecki. And into right center field. 2 aboard for Boston with 1 down in the 8th. And Carlos, we'll get back to you in 1 sec. I just got to sneak this in. The copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the account and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. That is signed, sealed, and delivered. And back to you.
Yes, and another example of that was in 2012 actually. I had a horrible spring training, and we are starting at home against the Yankees, and Joe Madden told me, look, it's going to be CC Sabathia on the mound. You don't see him well. Last time up, he broke your hand. Here's a double play.
Double play made. We can come back.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. We'll get back to it.
Colin McHugh cues up the double play ball that he needs. Red Sox don't need much, just a strong 9th, and they'll be on their way.
He'll go after that one and drive that one high. It's deep to left, and that ball's gone. Well, there's number 2. He didn't wait very long. Don't you think the Red Sox have to make sure he's in the lineup every day? That ball is hammered. That's a high fly ball, twisting deep, deep, deep. Gone! Verdugo strikes again. Well, that's the way to add on and get some wiggle room. Deeper than the first one, also to the opposite field. There's a high fly ball driven deep to right. Verdugo back to the pen. Leaps up. He caught it. He caught the ball. He took it back. Holy cow.
What a night! Here's the pitch. And a swing and a drive down the right field line. Deep. Back it goes, and it is gone. Opposite field home run, Bobby Dahlbeck. He's homered now in 5 straight games. That ties a Red Sox record. He didn't get it all, but he's so strong, it jumped.
Well, we are about to begin a grand tradition. The YouTube Player of the Game. Looking at some candidates surrounded by the trophy. Love the play button at the top there. We're going to see that trophy in the hands of one big man from this game. It could be that guy, JD Martinez. Who is your choice for Player of the Game if you're watching right now? Weigh in. Bogarts, Martinez. We'll get back to that in a second because that one skips off the wall. And then it's bobbled in center for a moment by Renfroe. It turns into a double by Arozarena to lead off the ninth. Again, Bogarts, Martinez, Evaldi, Vazquez. It's got to be a Red Sox. It's 9-1 in the ninth. Vote now. Winner holds the trophy and chats with us after the game. Choices. John Smoltz, you start us off.
They're all good ones. You know, I picked Bogarts before the game. He went 3 for 3, but it'd be hard to go against Evaldi and what he was able to do and dominate the Rays for 7 innings. So I'd say it's one of those two guys.
You're not going to give me, I'm going to make you
Evaldi.
select a choice. Evaldi. See, that's the, I know that's the grind in your head. I went with Bogarts to start, but I am a pitcher, and he was impressive.
He was very impressive.
So Evaldi's your pick. Carlos, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Evaldi. I'm going to go, yeah, of course, I picked JD Martinez earlier in the game, but you can't argue with the outstanding outing that Evaldi just had. Got to give it to him.
He recorded strikeouts with all 5 of his pitches, and you rarely see that.
No, he is so important to their rotation as they get Rodriguez back at some point during the season, maybe Sale. They've made nice moves, under the radar moves to fill in this rotation that I guarantee you most people are going to take them for granted.
That's for Devers. And the Sox are 2 outs away from a sweep of the Rays.
I got to finish my story.
Oh, yes, quickly.
Yeah, I know, I got to hurry. Hey, so I didn't have a good spring training, and I wasn't starting against Cesar Sabathia. And as soon as I got to the ballpark, Joe Maddon changed his mind and put me in the lineup. And I actually ended up having one of the best games in my career with a grand slam against Ceci, a walk-off double off the wall against Mariano Rivera, and got off to a great April. So it doesn't matter. Spring training does not matter.
Confirmed. Yandy Diaz bounces out. And that was a nice hunch played by Joe Maddon back then for you, Carlos. As there's 2 gone in the 9th.
Well,
yeah, that worked out.
Spring training was huge for me because that's when I started learning how to hit the knockdown shots, because it's usually windy in spring training. And, we got a chance to play a lot of golf, and I felt like I could flight my ball a lot better when the season started, you know, to carry it through.
So it was spring training
it was huge
in
for
multiple
me.
sports.
Oh, so huge.
Mm-hmm. It worked out for you as well.
It's excellent. Excellent.
Kevin Padlow looking for his first career hit as a big leaguer.
I'm going to say he gets it.
Yeah, you think so?
YouTube special.
Let's go.
He'd be able to
Bold
scroll
prediction.
back to it and
Yeah.
have it easily on YouTube to play back anytime. It's good dig me tape to start off your career if he can do it right here.
That was a good pitch to do it with.
Down the pipe. He did walk back in the 7th, his first at-bat of the day. Now I'm really locked in on this AB.
See?
More so.
See, there you go.
Than I thought I would be.
You know, he'd never face this guy. He's got the kind of his eyes, his own radar gun is in his eyes, and now he's seen a couple pitches, and he's looking for a mistake to put another point on the board.
Called up when Kevin Kiermaier was sent down. Kiermaier on the injured list. Very frustrating, he said, especially being that it's early on in the season. Quad tightness is the issue for the Rays super center fielder.
It would be hard for me to not sell out on this pitch right here if I were up at the plate.
3-1.
Lift, clean, and separate.
Give him something juicy. Nope, another walk. Well, the Rays will respect that. They love that patience.
Not. We want a hit. We wanted a hit, Scotty.
I'm with you, Los.
There's something to be said about being disciplined at the plate. But, you know, just a quick story here. In the Little League teams where my kids play, you know, they're taking walks. I'm like, guys, I love that you're on base, but swing the bat. Swing the bat.
That's what Mike Brasso does. To left, open space, and it's going to drop. In comes Arozarena, and the Rays double their run total. Mike Brasso with an RBI knock, and Padlo moves over to third.
Those are the ones that eat at a pitcher's soul when you're trying to get the last out. You're finishing a game, you know you're going to win. And you just assume he hit a rocket off the wall. But he had a big swing and off the end of the bat. I'm sure the mics picked up part of what was being disgruntled at. And
Brasso didn't waste any time, went after the first pitch in his first at bat and did so again here, and this time he connects. There's his strike. Google Cloud is helping to power StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. Joseph Odom came in to replace Francisco Mejia. Boston is one strike away. This is an impressive series from the Red Sox after being swept by Baltimore. Tampa Bay comes to town, and they have been dominant this afternoon after a walk-off win last night in 12. Red Sox commenting, we have a rule, never talk about how fast a game is going. We're a little stitious. Not superstitious, just a little stitious. Some great lines by the Red Sox account today, providing some commentary for us.
That is very creative. I can appreciate that.
The Fireball Review saying the comeback has commenced. Well, win probability at this point, 99 point. Roll up the nines.
So you're saying there's a chance.
That's right. 2-2 to Odom. Did he go? Yes, he did. Game over. Red Sox take the game. Red Sox sweep the series 9-2. All smiles after putting up double-digit hits in all 3 games in this series. Boston improves to 3-3 on this young season, and Tampa Bay drops to 2-4.
some timely hitting. Didn't exactly hit a ton of rockets, but when it's going good and you feel the mojo, the Red Sox were able to ride that. Of course, it's easier to ride when you got a stud on the mound who's dictating opposite tempo by the team he's facing in Evaldi.
2 impressive performances today, or in this season so far, for Nate Evaldi. Today and on opening day against Baltimore. This time he picks up the W. It is time for the YouTube postgame show presented by Fidelity. Yes, it is that time. The YouTube postgame show presented by Fidelity. Scott Braun, John Smoltz, Carlos Pena, and Alana Rizzo joining us again soon. And the YouTube Player of the Game trophy will be unveiled for the first time ever. Hoping to be a grand tradition. And we'll get that in the hands of the winner. According to you, fans get to vote on the poll winner, and that also dictates who we talk to at the end of the game. 9-2, Boston takes it over Tampa Bay. And Carlos, hey, we know how talented this Rays team is. They return a lot of the same position players from last year. Defense was elite last year. They made some mistakes on defense, and they were really shut down by Nate Eovaldi and company.
Yeah, they had a tough time at the plate. And, Eovaldi was throwing the high fastball and working off that top four-seamer, and then throwing the off-speed. But it is in establishing the fastball that all the other off-speeds become nasty, and he did a great job of that. The hitters had to stay honest, and when you do that and you know that there is a high speed coming your way, you tend to rush your swings, which makes you more susceptible to chasing the off-speed pitches. They struggled also defensively, just not the best showing from the Rays. They're going to have to just sweep this one and flush it down the toilet and get back ready to go tomorrow.
I have a prize. It's an air hug or an air high five for John and for Carlos, because you both correctly selected the right answer for the YouTube player of the game. The fans weighed in and they agree with you. Nate Eovaldi steals the show despite the offensive explosion again from Boston. It's their starter, their opening day starter, who shows up again in a big way. The YouTube player of the game is Nate Eovaldi.
Yeah, early on he was probably a little more erratic with his location and his fastball, but then once he started throwing that spinning breaking ball for a strike, it locked everything else in. He climbed the ladder, pitched up, and pitched on every side of the quadrant. As you mentioned earlier, Scott, he struck somebody out with every one of his pitches, and as the Red Sox rotation goes, Eovaldi will be the reason.
He was dominant in the game. He was dominant in the poll results. Red Sox fans weighing in and giving Eovaldi all they've got, 45%. He takes it over Bogarts, Martinez, and Vazquez. And Carlos, from the hitter's perspective, when he's throwing 5 strikeout pitches at you, that's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, you have to just pick one, pick a zone, pick a speed, because otherwise it's just like walking into an ambush. You don't know what's coming your way. So your plan has to be on point. The Rays had a tough time defining what that plan was, and whatever they thought it was not effective today.
And we have mentioned that Eovaldi is from Alvin, Texas, same hometown as Nolan Ryan, and grew up idolizing him. And he said you can just see Nolan Ryan memorabilia everywhere. Everyone talks about him, but here's a guy who comes from Texas, throws really hard, has a different game than Ryan, but really has developed over many years into a solid veteran. When he's on the mound, he is really strong, and he showed that today.
Well, he has some of the physical attributes that Nolan Ryan have come from the waist down. He's so strong, his lower half strong. Look, I didn't mind working out with Glavine and Maddox when we came in the weight room. It actually made me feel pretty good. I wouldn't want to work out with this guy. This guy is as strong as it gets, and when you look at the pitch mix and the ability he has to get behind the baseball, and that's the key. When he gets behind and on top of the baseball, the movement will be there, and the hitter has a nightmare to try and kind of decipher what pitch is coming at him. 0.003 or whatever the time a hitter has to make up his mind on deciding whether a pitch is a strike or not. Imagine what that's like when you're facing Eovaldi. He's on top of you already. He's 6'4", 5", whatever he is. He's coming downhill with a low 3/4 and an upshoot type fastball. So when he's on, as Carlos has said, you got to figure out what mistake can I hit and wait for a mistake, because when he's on with the quadrants that he can deliver, you better have a lightning quick, mechanically sound approach to the plate, because if you have a big swing, he's going to eat you up.
And for our YouTube creators, if you have a question for Nate Eovaldi, we have many for him, and he's coming up in just a moment, the YouTube player of the game, then let us know in the commentary section right now. And here he is. The YouTube player of the game joins us right now, Nate Eovaldi. Nate, congratulations on the W. There it is, the trophy. Hold it up big for us, Nate. Do you know that this is the first time we're ever doing this, starting a new tradition here for the Game of the Week live on YouTube? So you're holding the hardware. What's it feel like? How heavy?
Yeah.
How's it look?
It's heavy. It's heavy. It looks good. Yeah. About to have it.
I like the design, the home plate, and also the YouTube play button right at the top. Very legit. Yeah, hold it for the whole interview. I like it. Display skills are perfect. So, and you earned that, Nate. So as you're checking it out, and you're going to get to take that home, as you're working with that trophy, let us know how you earned that trophy. Evaluate what you did today on the mound.
Yeah, you know, Plucky and I had a good plan coming into the game. We were able to execute it. It worked out well. Defense was great behind me. You know, we were able to put up some runs, and then once we started, we didn't stop. So it's always nice when you can get a lot of run support during your outings, and yeah, I mean, I felt really good out there.
Nate, I know, this is John Smoltz. I know what your mindset is. I love watching you pitch Bulldog on the mound, but I'm interested with this off-season mindset you had, knowing there was a short season followed by now a regular season of 162 games. What did you do differently, or did nothing matter to you because this is what you've trained your whole life to do as far as pitching a lot of innings?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't really change too much. You know, I got going around the normal time that I normally would, and you know, I was fortunate enough to be able to throw to Connor Wong in the offseason, so I was able to get good feedback on all my breaking balls, all my pitches. You know, my main focus was the splitter and then the curveball as well. And, you know, today I was able to throw both of those pitches for strikes. Really, I was able to throw everything. Tried to clean up the slider a little bit more this offseason as well. Worked on it in spring training. Felt like I had the good bite that I needed for it today. And, you know, the Rays are a really good offensive team. In spring training, they lit me up with the fastball, so try to learn from those mistakes and keep them off balance with the off speed today, and it worked out for me.
Nathan, I mean, you just touched on you working on your pitches and how you want to improve your slider, you want to improve your cutter and your split and all that. How much goes into your strategy? Because we know your stuff is devastating and just wipe out stuff, but if you had to put a percentage on what you work on the most, would it be working on the pitches in particular, or more about how to utilize them together as the sum of all parts?
For me, it's working on a specific pitch. You know what I mean? I can stand by and listen to how we sequence and you know, how to attack hitters differently. But for me, it's getting that consistent action for my splitter, for my slider, for the cutter. Curveball's been feeling really good. The fastball is usually there, so I usually have pretty good command with my fastball. So I mean, it's really just making sure that the pitches are consistent. A lot of the times the teams, they come out there and they'll try to eliminate one pitch, and usually I can tell what pitch that's going to be, but I have to be able to show them I'm going to be able to throw it for strikes and then throw it for balls as well. So the hitters are good. There's so much you know, analytics that go into the game now, all the probabilities of what pitch you're going to throw at what time. So I got to make sure to not always rely so heavily on my fastball, but be able to rely on one of those off-speed pitches as well.
Nate, you had mentioned, this is Alana Rizzo, thanks for taking the time. You had mentioned that the fastball was pretty much always there, and that's what hitters have come to expect from you, that high velocity. Alex Cora said you never have to worry about that when it comes to you. Throwing the cutter today, it seemed like they were just getting a lot of weak contact, soft contact. How important is it for you to be able to just make a hitter, force a hitter, and to have to, you know, wait on something, time one or the other, because they can't sit on both?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it starts with strike one. I got to get strike one first to keep them aggressive. A lot of the times, if I fall behind in a count, you know, that's when I'm going to get in trouble. You know, and I'm going to have to rely on something else because they're going to be waiting for the fastball. So I feel like that's where the cutter comes into play. You know, it starts middle and then it comes in on their hands, and I get the soft contact. I was able to get, you know, quite a few outs today on the cutter, and then, you know, same with the splitter as well. The slider felt good too. So it's really making sure I mix all my pitches, try not to get too predictable out there, and, you know, attack the zone. When I'm ahead in the zone, I usually do pretty well.
Nate, here comes a question from one of the YouTube creators in the commentary section from Movie Gaming TV. So, and I know what one of these answers is going to be. Nate, how does it feel to throw a 99-mile-per-hour fastball? And who were some of your favorite pitchers to watch growing up?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it feels really good being able to throw that hard, and then knowing that I have that in the back pocket. Some of my favorite pitchers watching growing up, you know, Nolan Ryan, Roger Clemens, a lot of the Astros guys. You know, I really didn't watch too much baseball when I was younger, but when I would, it would be the Astros.
That's a great one. And also, hey, I know this is a big day for the Red Sox fans watching not only your start and how great you were now in 2 starts, but the pitching gets even better tomorrow because the pitching staff as a whole, because Eduardo Rodriguez makes his return after sitting out last year with myocarditis, a result from COVID-19. So what's he saying? How excited is he? And also, I heard he wanted to pitch today for his birthday, but they're like, hey, cool it. Nate's got it. It's his turn. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie never stops talking, so, you know, whatever he's talking, you know, he's just nonstop. So, you know, we're obviously really excited to have him back there on the mound. You know, he means a lot to us, means a lot to the rotation, the team. Everything he had to go through last year, it was extremely tough to watch, and I think that's why we all take COVID over here so seriously, because we've got to witness it firsthand what it can do to you. So having him back out there on the mound tomorrow, it's going to be great. I know he wanted to go on his birthday, but he's getting a little old now, so he's got to be careful.
Yeah, we won't say the age on air. Nate, you were awesome today, and great hanging with you. 28, there you go. YouTube Player of the Game, Nate Evaldi. Hey, you're the first. We're always going to look back to this. First time we're giving that out. Show it off. That's nice. I like it. Take it home. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Nate. That's Nate Evaldi, YouTube Player of the Game. Yeah, looks good in person, too. Nate looks good, obviously, on the mound, but the trophy looks really solid.
Trophies, they're nice to have.
They're nice to have. I know you enjoy them, too, and especially for someone so competitive, right? If you heard that there was a trophy like that, just like we did in the 9th inning, wondering if Kevin Padlow was going to get his first knock. If I told you, hey, there's a special trophy for this particular game, it's just your average regular season game, I bet that would stand out to you.
No doubt. I'm always trying to compete for whatever the prize is. I mean, that's what fuels the engine.
Carlos, you too?
Yeah, like right now I'm competing for one of those jerseys that Smoltzy said he has so many of them. You know, Smoltzy, if you could just please sign one for me and dedicate it, and I'll give you my address. I would greatly appreciate that.
No problem.
We'll send it to you, Carlos. I also have some work for you to do, some more translating as we listen in to Willy Adames during this game. More players mic'd up.
Oye, Carlos Peña, plácata, mi papá. Un abrazo. Willy.
Hello. Amazing, Carlos. They said your key word.
You gotta love that. You gotta love that. He knew that we were on, of course, and he made sure that he just extended his just saying hello. You know, I appreciate that. You know, Willie's one of my favorites, man. Hard worker, and you know, I'm a big fan of his and everything he does on the ball field.
What did he say exactly for everyone, and especially like, even for those that don't know your catchphrarise?
Oh, the placata. Of course.
Right.
He goes, hey, placata, where you at? Where's he at? He started like looking up in the stands to see where we were at. I'm like, oh, buddy, I'm a little far away right now, but I'll make sure I text him. It's like, hey, man, I'm in the studio in Disney right now, so it's okay.
Yeah.
I'll catch you later.
Hey, I'm watching you guys. And that's good perspective, too. Even though the Rays didn't play well, not just today, but in this series, they know how good they are. This is baseball. They're not overreacting to a, quote, slow start at 2-4.
No, they're not, because they have a great culture, and that starts with the management, and it goes all the way down to Kevin Cash. And certainly they understand the pieces of 162 games and what each role is going to be on the team. You never want to go to a city and get swept. But I think what the Rays have been through and what they keep proving everybody wrong, I'm amazed at what this franchise has been able to do in the last 5 years. And so start of the season for them is nothing more than a, you know, it just is. It is what it is. They see the W's, they see the losses, but they're going to run into a bunch of them when they get clicking, because they really are putting together a somewhat brand new pitching staff. So that takes a little time. Offensively, they are who they are. But the culture they've created is not going to let them get the train off the tracks.
Yeah, last year they had Blake Snell and they had Charlie Morton, and instead their number 2 starter is Ryan Yarborough, who was on a roll, and then things skipped up a little bit. Nate Evaldi gets the trophy, he gets the high five. Everything's going for the Red Sox starter. We'll step aside. Much more here on the YouTube postgame show presented by Fidelity. Red Sox win big and sweep the series against the Rays.
Make fun of me with my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating.
It's blowing almost at a 45-degree angle coming in from the west.
Uh-oh, they lost momentum. Come on, you got this.
And it is really coming out. That tarp not unrolling smoothly at all.
Darvish lost his glove.
Just added a new pitch to his repertoire, I think. This is the throw my glove at him.
Yeah, look at that.
Uh-huh.
Still manages to throw a strike.
It's a rocket foul down the line and left. Oh, he got the bear. Just unbearable.
Still smiling.
I can't bear to watch it.
Oh, wow.
Look out. Wow.
Oh, give him the limbo there.
That was pretty impressive.
Yes, it was.
We're back with the YouTube postgame show presented by Fidelity. Scott Braun, John Smoltz, Carlos Pena, and Alana Rizzo will join us again shortly. So the Red Sox win big. It's a statement series, can you call it that, in the beginning of the season? More for the Boston side based on last year's performance, last place finish in the division, and also, like Alex Cora said, we're going to hear it if we have a slow start and we really pick things up these last few days.
This is all about the Boston side. This is about the first 3 games not going the way they wanted at all, and then you're still at home and you're going to face a team that came in that almost won the World Series. It's a total statement and a character builder for the club early on. For everybody else in baseball, not as much. They're not dealing with the narrative or the city and what happened last year. So I can't overstate enough. That clubhouse feels good about rallying last night, taking care of business today, but more importantly, they're 3-3. They're starting the season. They start feeling like, oh, okay, we're in good shape. Everything's good.
Yeah, and you start to see what makes this Red Sox team special potentially is the offense. I mean, that's the part of their game that shined last year, top 5 in the American League in runs scored. So, Carlos, based on what you've seen in this first week, without overreacting, can you confirm or deny that the Red Sox might be better than they appeared heading into the season?
You know, I think I've been guilty of leaving the Red Sox out of the conversation in the American League East. But, yes, after watching them today and the way they went about their business at the plate, you know, I'm not sure we should do that. You know, this is a team that needs to be recognized. Of course, there are some questions in the pitching staff, but Eovaldi, they're at the top. And then Smoltz was talking about as he goes, the entire staff's going to go. Rodriguez is about to come back as well. And if those two are doing what they're supposed to be doing, they're going to give a lot of quality starts and a lot of opportunity for the Red Sox to be right where they want to be. So I would put the Red Sox back in the mix, even though I am honest, I did leave them out early in the year looking at them on paper. The offense is still there, and if the pitchers do their job and just contribute, they don't have to have a monster years, just do what they're supposed to do, they will be in the hunt there in the American League East.
They head to Baltimore after this. It's the home opener for the Orioles tomorrow. So they have 3 games coming up against the Orioles. They started against the Orioles 0-3, but they pick up 3 wins against Tampa Bay. The latest one looked like this. Xander Bogaerts with Devers on second. Bogaerts golfs it to center, and that's going to fall in front of Margot. Rounding third is Devers, and he's going to score. Xander Bogaerts evens this game up at 1 with the RBI knock.
He's just too good against left-handed pitchers right now. He's just too good in general. He's not one of those simple approach, doesn't miss his pitch, but he has really had success against left-handed pitching.
10 home runs in his first 4 seasons in the big leagues, and then a career high 23 all of a sudden in 2019. 2-1 offering is blasted. Christian Vasquez lives up to his new name and goes long.
On cue, Scotty, on cue. We'll see what that pitch was, but it seemed like it was something up and in. It might have been that cutter, and Christian Vasquez was ready for it. He got ready early enough to be able to get his swing in.
And a healthy ride in the dugout. It's the new celebration. You hit a homer. You ride the roller coaster with this afternoon. But off to a 10-for-23 start. 2 homers, 5 doubles. And he gives that ball a ride. Deep left, will it stay fair? And it's high off the wall. And it'll score a couple runs for Boston. Plawecki comes in. So does Hernandez. And JD Martinez has himself a run-scoring double. It's 4-1 Boston.
It was slightly early on this pitch right here, but he was able to keep that barrel in the zone for long enough.
And his teammate is the first player in Red Sox history with an extra base hit in his first 6 games of the season.
Starting to show a little bit of their old self when they were a crooked number machine, meaning they could put up a crooked number in any one of those 9 innings.
And now drops one into shallow left, and that'll score another one for Boston. JD, come on down. It's 6-1. Like Hunter Renfroe, 0-for-2 today. Broke his bat. serves one up here for Adames. And the throw skips away. And Bogarts comes home. It's 7-1. And here comes another. It's Vasquez. Racing around they go. Key mishap from Tampa Bay on defense, and it opens this one up. Yeah, it really did. Blew the game wide open for Boston, and then this is how it finished up. Taylor gets Odom. It's done. Red Sox win. Red Sox sweep. They take all three. Look at that little punch there too, John, at the end. A little baseball chuck.
He wasn't happy.
Nope. Well, his team's thrilled. 9-2 winners as they improve to 3-3 on the season. Alana Rizzo at the ballpark hanging out with us all day. Alana, how's it going out there?
Oh, it's good. Nice to wrap things up here from Fenway. And certainly if you are a Red Sox fan, you were pleased with not only what you saw today, Scotty, but what the Red Sox were able to do over the course of the last 3 games. It's been well documented, of course, that they started the season at home, the worst that they have since 1948, going 0-3. They answered the call, able to get the sweep, evening up the season series 3-3, and an opportunity to get back at those Orioles as they start a 3-game set with the O's in Baltimore tomorrow afternoon. As far as the Rays are concerned, they leave here perhaps with a bit of a sour taste in their mouth after Ryan Yarbrough had such a good start in his first outing of the year. A little bit more shaky today as far as the mechanics and the delivery and the results were concerned. But the Red Sox fans have a lot to look forward to. The Boston Red Sox, as far as a team, certainly very likely happy with their performance today, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Alana. And it's Alex Cora back with this team after, of course, sitting out last year, and he's got to be pleased, I agree, with what they just put together against the defending American League champs. We have more coming at you on the YouTube postgame show presented by Fidelity in a moment.
Make fun of me or my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating. The first time in his major league career, in his 1,225th game, Todd Frazier's going to pitch.
At his best pitching at the age of 12.
And Swanson hits one out to center field, and Marisnick back to the warning track. And Frazier's gotten one long out. He's looking to cash in here. And he got the knuckleball in for a strike. Struck him out.
My gosh.
How about that? Players who fool around with knuckleballs in the side, but not too many throw them in games when they get a chance. That's drilled to center, and on comes Marisnick, and a 1-2-3 inning for the knuckleballer.
1-1. This in the air out to right field. Adele was in, angling back. He gets there. Wow! And he just put it right over the fence. Like a setter in volleyball. He just pushed it right over.
He shot that over the wall from about 5 feet away.
We're back. It's the YouTube postgame show presented by Fidelity. Scott Braun, John Smoltz, and Carlos Pena with you. And the Red Sox take it over the Tampa Bay Rays. They sweep Tampa Bay in this series. Very impressive performance. And Sports Gaming Universe also says, let's do this again soon, everyone. I agree. More on that coming up in just a moment. We'll tell you what the next game looks like. But, Carlos, Christian Vasquez homered last night against Diego Castillo to save the day for Boston. Homers again today. Absolutely punished that baseball. How impressive does the Red Sox catcher, I know he was DH today, but the Red Sox catcher look in terms of what he's able to bring to this team at the plate? Very different from how he looked in his first few years as a big leaguer.
Timing is the #1 most important element of hitting. And this is something that he's been working on, throughout the last couple seasons. Is working. Look how early he gets ready to be able to get that healthy swing at the baseball. You want to make sure that you get as many of those as possible. You see the exit velocity, 104.9 miles per hour off of his barrel. That ball was absolutely smoked. Now, doesn't mean you swing harder. It just means you get ready earlier and you're getting cadence with the pitch. I think he's gotten a lot smarter when it comes to that, and a lot more effective when it comes to making sure that his timing is on point for the pitcher that he's facing on a nightly basis, and he was for sure on time today.
Yeah, he's rounded into an all-around performer for Boston. I mean, he was known right away for his pitch framing, his game calling, a guy that you'd probably love to throw to.
Yeah, I think anytime you see a player, and I saw a slew of my teammates, every once in a while you see the light or the click or the mechanics click in to where it unleashed something that maybe wasn't there before. And he's got that confidence now. It's changed his career. You know, instead of a part-time catcher who's known for his defense, he now has a dual weapon in the offense that he's going to be in there majority of the time. So good for him and his career and the trajectory it was taken, because sometimes things take a while for players to, you know, convey or get out. And for whatever reason, to the Carlos point, he's been able to do that, and the timing seems like it looks like the beach ball's coming in and the beach ball's going out. So good for him and the Red Sox.
And especially when you're a catcher, there's a lot to learn as you work your way up through the system, the minor leagues, and then into the majors to learn your pitchers. He did that. He accomplished that first, and then came his hitting prowess. So congrats to Vazquez and the Red Sox for the win. We do this a lot this year. Thursday, April 22nd, Angels and Astros coverage begins 7:30 Eastern time. I'll be with you on the pregame show, and on the call you can see Matt Vasgersian, Mark Gubza, Jeff Blum, and Brett Dolan. It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube on April 22nd. We'll have over 20 games coming at you this season. It's all free. It's on YouTube. And we'll, of course, be bringing that beautiful trophy with us around the country for the player of the game. Carlos, we'll see that thing everywhere. Same thing. And Nate Eovaldi really showed it off well, but he also really showed off his stuff this afternoon for the Boston Red Sox. Let's push it forward, though. You have the Angels taking on the Astros in the American League West. When we talk overreaction city in the first week of the season, some might say, hey, the Angels and Astros look like the best teams in the division while the A's have been struggling out of the stretch. What do you think of the entire AL West so far in this first week of the season?
Well, interesting. This is not the way we scripted it. You know, I had the A's getting off the gates hot. It was obviously a long season, but the Astros are nothing to sniff at. Even the Angels, we're looking at the fact that they are also candidates to be in the mix. They certainly have that lineup to do so. So it'll be interesting to see how the long season plays out, as we've alluded to in this program. Look, your weaknesses will be exposed in a long year, 162 games. But getting off to a good start, it can only help. And these guys have done exactly that.
It helps when you're healthy, too, John. When you have Shohei Ohtani on the mound right now for the Angels, the A's suffered the loss of Trevor Rosenthal to an injury for now, who's supposed to be a big deal out of the bullpen for them. So, yes, that's just your early season overreaction momentum. But how do you size up the division?
Well, the one thing I think when we talk about fans and we talk about, you know, the noises and sounds of the game, well, the Astros are going to deal with that this year, but the Astros seem to have some form of that chip that still remains on their shoulder to prove why they're a very good baseball team, that what happened a couple of years ago is in the past. And I think the way they handled it and the way that, you know, Dusty Baker has brought this team, it's a young team, but their offense, both teams, to me, offensively, doesn't have as many concerns. It's, can either team find enough pitching to get through the 162? You know, Framber for me is a stud that unfortunately got an injury.
Yeah, Framber Valdez.
For the Astros. But I just think, you know, the Astros have that internal engine ticking and the fire burning to prove some things still this year, 2 years removed, that is going to serve them well for the American League.
They're balancing that chip. They're keeping it on their shoulders still.
Yeah, I play with a chip on my shoulder. A lot of players can play with a chip on their shoulder and serve them well. Some, it advances them to a point where it does a detriment to them. And I think the core young players that are still there, they want to prove why they're some of the best offensive, you know, they could be one of the best offensive teams in the American League.
star power in that game. So get ready for it. April 22nd. It's the Astros and the Angels. It's Altuve, it's Correa, it's Trout, it's Ohtani, and the names go on and on. Rendon. So that's it for this game at Fenway Park and the YouTube post-game show presented by Fidelity. Again, next one coming at you April 22nd. Astros and Angels coverage begins with our pregame show at 7:30 Eastern. For the Hall of Famer John Smoltz, big, strong Carlos Pena, the great Alana Rizzo, and our entire superstar crew, I'm Scott Braun, logging out for now. Thank you so much for watching the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Fidelity. We'll see you for the next one, okay?